Hello? Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. Oh, fucking thing stopped looping. Oh no. Whoa. All right. Hold on. I'm back. A little late, but I'm back nonetheless, and I think that's a good thing. All right, so I gotta do some monitoring here real quick. I think the captions are working. We're back with Elden Ring. I think. Oh, whoa, wait, hold on. Sorry, I left it without music for a second. I thought there was a way where I could mute it for myself. Oh well. Okay. Anyways, sorry. I'm just trying to make sure that all volumes are working properly. Okay, if I put it all here. Okay. So now I've changed that and now I can hear myself think a little bit. Ooh. Whoa, why does it sound like that? Oh my god. I don't know why it's like broken like that. It's really weird. Usually it's supposed to work properly. Okay, there we go. Oh, it still sounds kind of gross. Okay, I guess. Wait. Okay. I might have fixed it. If not, I'll change it. Either way, as long as you can hear me over it, that's good. So, how's everyone's Friday? I'm sorry, I opened my water. All right, so we're playing Elden Ring. I don't remember what we chose, but I know that we were playing in my last game. Personally, I think I went ahead and beat Roderick. So I'm feeling a little bit experienced today. I'm feeling a little bit like successful, I think. So let's hope that that can continue to be the same all throughout. I'm gonna put down the volume a little bit of this. I don't even know where to put myself. Anyways, I'm looking at myself, so it won't matter. Okay. So make sure everything's working here. We'll go bare bones for Elden Ring. Okay. Okay. I see her. You know, I don't have a chat. Can I add a chat? Chat box. New source instead. Chat box. Game. All right. Okay, if I make it a little bit. Yeah. All right. So I have a new chat on the thing, so now you guys can see it. Hopefully I did it right. Either way. So just hello everyone. Yeah, there you go. Oh, introducing my new emotes. They're here somewhere. There you go. I got new emotes. Some of them are still in waiting, I guess. But if you are subscribed, congratulations. You have some of these golden guys. So, yeah, I took some time out last time we spoke to do that right after the stream because I wanted to be organized. All right. So, I think we can go ahead and get started. I actually I didn't know if I was going to be playing today because of the fact that fuck, what was I saying? Oh my god. The controller that I was using was an Xbox controller because I have an old 8-bit do one that one of the joysticks had kind of broken off. I love this song, but good night. Okay, what were we doing? Okay. Alright. Alright. Did we finish this? So my other playthrough, I kind of skipped through a lot of shit and didn't get everything I needed. Damn it. Whoa! I was right there. Did I already push this lever? I think I might have already pushed this lever. Oh fuck. Wow, that is a lot louder than me. I don't think these are chained together. Hold on. Oh, oops. Okay, I guess not. Okay. Anyways, I don't understand why it doesn't let me fucking. The sound. Okay, buffering. Okay, well, this should work fine. Fixed... I should fix the lagging issue. I need to get myself a staff. You know what? It's not even worth it going back for these. Let's go do something else. Okay, so while we finish this, do we know where the map? Okay, we can go get the map for this, I guess. Don't have anything else marked. Okay, I see we made some progress. Oh, lordy. Oops. I guess we'll follow 2 because I don't see 1. Have I already discovered this grace? Oh, I guess not. Oops. Hold on. Oh, shit. Okay. That's why I was really confused. Okay, because I'm listening to something else also. I think that's... Yep. Okay. Alright. Oh shit, a painting. Homing instinct. Mine. Alright, we've got some runes. Let's see how we can get down there. Maybe down this way. I gotta run quickly through here because I'm pretty sure there's enemies we are not on level 4. Okay, never mind. That was embarrassing. Discovered. Okay. Let's see what's next. It's right over here, I think. Ooh. I got the bell, didn't I? Oh, that's a bear, that's a bear, that's a bear. I didn't realize he was there. I'm so sorry. Fuck that. Bye. Alright. Take that one off. And then we'll take this one off. Oh, we have some of this discovered, I guess, here too. Now. Wonder where we're going. It's taking a while. Okay. Alright. Hello? Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, this looks cool. I think I was here earlier, but I think these people are a little bit too advanced for us right now. Am I able to get at least through some of the map stuff? Some rooms. Okay. Why can't I hear? Something's wrong with like my headphones or something. Okay, I have. Can I call these guys? Oh, sick. Yeah, let's give it a try, but I just wanted to see what this is like. Oh, I don't fucking have a wand. Oh, the dogs do some damage. Oh, 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 no, 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 no! Hey! That was a little mean, if I do say so myself. Why? Okay. I fucked up with my audio, and I've been trying to like hear myself, but I don't think it's working. Fixed it. Alrighty. Now we can move forward. Alright, so there's nothing for us to do right now. But it's good that we have this side done. I would like to get a wand. But I don't remember where did I get the wand. Gatefront Ruins. I swear where that stupid fucking thing is. Oh, yeah, past here. I gotta go hit these little guys. I'm not even gonna begin looking for that guy because I've only taught myself that don't know where anything is. Hello? Why did I keep walking into it? Is he chasing me? Not yet. And not him. No, please, God, no, please. Please leave me alone. I just want to stab. I just want to stab. Oh, well, what's that? What's here? If I go all the way up here, do I get a prize? No, just ruined fragments. Oh. And you're attacking me. Okay, so I think if we sick these bad boys on this entire crew of people. I can't have them on here. Oh. Okay, how do I explain that my fucking... No way. Well, I mean, at least I only had like 30 souls. Or 30 runes, whatever they're called. What should I be doing? I need to be doing something. I want to explore. Maybe we can fucking go up this way. And get maybe a spot where I can fucking go get some shit. And then we won't struggle as much. I wanna level up. What does it take to level up right now, I wonder? Beautiful music. Lord Godfrey, at the last end of his campaign, his golden armies unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds grace lost, tattered, and faded. Okay. Alright. So it should be fairly easy just to run past all these people. They're all a little slower than you'd expect. Just go around these dogs though. I fucking hate these guys. Get this one. Definitely don't want to go in there. They looked scary in there. Nice one, nice one. Rest, 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 my little one. I'll also go looking for the map for this one so that we can see what it looks like. Wait. Okay, well, we can get this. And go here. Do I have another thing pinged right now? Alright. Oh shit, yeah, you do. Move that one. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh no. Please, please, no. Please, God, no. Please leave me alone. I'm so sorry for bothering you guys. Oh, this is terrifying. This guy's huge. This guy too, what the hell? Ah! God. Oh, no. I'm good. I'm totally okay right now. That's fine. Okay, alright, so we've collected some runes here. Oh, that's cute. It's like stuff for magic here, like Glintstone shit. There's a dragon over there again. I'd sit here and cry. Yes, so I can just sit here and cry. Oh shit, why am I poisoned? Hello? Alright, I found it. See, now I know where it was. Oh shit. Fucking golden seed over here. Yeah, I do like no damage. Woo! Yeah, right. Okay, so we got that's a nice portion of the map done. Okay, so we finished Stranded Graveyard. What's here? Maybe I can do the Graveyard. I said graveyard. Okay, maybe not. Never mind. Did we finish this cave, right? Is there a way where I can... Yeah, I can... go this way. Okay. So let's just hang around. Look at this spot. This place looks cool. Cause I like to level up before I go into these boss battles completely blind. Hey man, how's it going? Having a good night? See, it's your first time chatting. Welcome, welcome to the stream. We are currently exploring the wonders of Elden Ring before I go and implode at Margit's hands. Oh, oh. Okay. Hey. Oh! Stop! Stop, stop, stop! Oh, there's more of you. Oh, so sorry. I'm just here for the stuff. Ah! Oh, there's so many. No. Nope. Not doing that right now. First time playing Elden Ring? Yes and no. I wouldn't say it's entirely my first time because I have done a playthrough before, but mostly co-op. I do also have a personal playthrough right now that I just beat Godricken first try. But I did go out and like explore for a while before doing that. Yes. What's this? I have. Oh! Hey, man. Oh! Oh. Oh! I'm not prepared for you either. Ugh. I don't even think I can do this one right now either. Stick America. Oh, that's right here. Sweet. Usually there's a church nearby these, aren't there? I can't do anything if I believe in myself, though I am aware of my lack of skill in this game. Oh, what's this? Pick it up. Oh! Okay. He must have been like, whoa, what was that? It was gone. I'm so bad. Well, anyways, what is there to do down there? You think there's anything interesting? Oh. Is there any way I can safely make it down? Without dying? Oh, well, yeah, if I would have just, you know, not hidden from the other guy. Oh, yeah, no, that's exactly what I thought was gonna happen, to be completely honest. Okay, so I guess we're gonna go to the last grace we went to. Put my eye drops in. I can't see. Ah! Alright. Alright. Pew pew. Still no fucking map history? Um. I want a wand. Can anybody sell me one? Don't remember. Okay, maybe I'll try. See, okay, you can't expect anything good though. Okay, come here, little man. Alright. Hey, man. Alright, let's go. Oh! Oh! Oh, he's gonna swing. Alright. Oh. I didn't get to stab him! Oh, that would have been so many points. Oh, fuck. Shit! Alright, guys, come on. Pull through, pull through. You're gonna have to help me here. Oh, no! Ah! Alright. Shit. No, no! Fuck, I should have healed. I know I should have healed. Okay, that wasn't bad. That wasn't too bad. Might I add. Wait. Let me go talk to... Oh, wait, no, I don't have her thing, do I?
Wine, can you take
Yes!
the poor and it'll be glad. It was a tell them I love them. I'm finally getting the hang of it. It was a pleasure.
Oh, sorry, the chrysalids. Okay. This is good. Alright. So, I'm going to go ahead. Do I have anything that I can use? I can make one of those. Whoops. Oh, we have a couple fucking things. Wait. Wandering noble, noble sorcerer, Militiaman. Okay, let's try this guy. Alright, little guy, come on. You ready, Roger? Alright, we're gonna win, right? Alright. Oh. Oh, why am I in front of him? I should be behind him. Hello? Oh, yep, death.
Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Alright. Oh, I'm stupid. There you go. Let's go. Let's go. No! Roger! Come on, jellyfish. Come on, jellyfish. Oh, fuck. Oh! He's dead. God bless.
I shall remember thee, tarnished, smoldering with thy meager flame
You know what? I didn't think I was gonna make it, to be completely fucking honest.
of the night. The hand.
Oh my god. That felt really good. Okay. Alrighty. So let's get this grace. I am so happy. So fucking happy. Alright, well.
You there? Come over here, would you? I would advise it's tightly guarded. The guards, you breach the... Yeah, you're just...
Thank you for praying for my success. Alright, let's touch this lady. Whoa, wait, there's something over there. Yo, shut the fuck up. What? Hey, did I sit down at this? is this? Is there anything here? It's just leading back to the front, maybe? Yeah. Okay. Well, there is something there. I just can't get it yet. Maybe I have to go through the other side. No. Maybe? Oh, there is. I found you. Hello? Okay, well. Okay. What's this? Ooh, fire grease. I like fire grease. Oh, you go through this hole and then you go around. Man, I wonder what they killed them with to leave behind fire grease. Alright. Ruined fragment. Go up this way. Please! Okay, go up this way. Hey, what's that? Something if I go the other way? No. Oh, Grace. Alright, fuck you. I hate these hawks, man. Alright, so let's see. Ooh, maybe I can play some Stardew Valley in a bit. Oh. Ooh. That was cool. Kind of like the Puss in Boots, like when he draws the little P, his initials on shit. Alright. Woohoo! got it. Hook claws. Wolverine! I have to finish watching all the Wolverine movies. Recently, I just started watching like series. I finished Austin Powers. I finished Shrek. What else? Austin Powers, Shrek. I am almost done with the X-Men series. Not fully though. Shit. Oh, god damn it. I hate the screaming sound. Ow, my arm hurts. Alrighty. Alright. Oh! Oh my fuck. God damn it. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Oh god. Alright. Okay. Alright, so let's see. I see that statue over there. That looks scary as fuck. Bye. Oh! Hey, motherfucker! Are they fighting with each other right now? Like, seriously? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hit the mic. There's like a little fly. It's only going in certain spots. It's really weird. Okay. Oh, shit. Alright. Perfect. Alright, so... Alright, that... Amen. Can I just come out this way? Whoa. What's this? Alright. Thankfully, I'm better than them, so fuck them. Alright. Hey, man. Alright. So I think we're gonna have to cheese this man over here. Whoa. The door locks? I didn't know that door locked. Wait, since when? Oh, that's so dumb. Oh, shut up. That's not fair. It's like just not fair. I'm tired of this. Thank you for the stone, my good sir. Glass shard. Pussy. All right. Let's go. We're getting through this slowly but surely. Hey! Okay. Ow. Sorry. Okay. Is there anything else? To here. Oh! Okay. 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 I'm dead. Yeah. Okay, have to run in there, get the key, and run out. Alright. Let's see. Oh my god, didn't I get a golden seed? Oh wait, never mind. Let's do this all over again. Oh shit, he's coming. It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna go back and rest, and he'll be none the wiser. And I got it. So, no fucking issue there. That's not a... I don't even know what you get from his box. Shit. Alrighty. How? It's not even fair. Okay. This guy comes out way too fucking excited. My heart hurts. Okay, we're gonna try this one more time. We're gonna try to go get that door open. If we can't get it open, we're gonna take a quick BRB. I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick. And we'll see what we do next. Most likely we will be never mind. Maybe Stardew Valley, I think. Stardew Valley is a fun game. I also don't know where anyways, I wanted to play the new Stardew Valley update, and I said I was gonna stream it, and then I felt really bad that I wasn't able to stream it. Okay, I wonder if I have to press both. What? What? No, I had full health. I don't understand why this is so hard. There we go. Let's go. Okay. There you go. Okay, okay. There you are. Alright. Use the fucking key, and now we go up this way. See, I believed in myself. Alrighty. Now where to go? If I go this way, yeah! Silver Picklefoot. Just run. It'll be okay. We made it here, which is also important. Alright. Alright, run. Like- There we go. Hello? Did only one follow me? Let's see. Uh-oh, 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 okay. Let's see, maybe a throwing dagger. I need him to turn around and come back. I got him. The pleasure's mine. Yeah!
I'm looking for a little when I'm not hot-footing it, but enough about this place is not exactly a place I see. You can see it then. Well, I'm tarnished, but unlike you still. I'm privy to a... Would you care to learn? As a fellow
Spinning weapon. Use small and medium swords. I'll take that. That's like a cool one. Oh! I didn't even know he was gonna make it in here. Oh my god, how did he find me? I thought I fucking... Okay, well. I think that was like, that's a good place to kind of call it for the Elden Ring as part of the stream. Let me go ahead and save. All right. So we've got that sorted. Hold on, let me... I feel like at least my sound is not better right now, but it's not cutting out every 15 seconds. Okay. Let's get me changed over to my computer. All right. Oh, my hands, my hands. Okay. Let me... mute this. All right. So... Oh. Fix that. I don't know, you can hear that. Anyways, let's see what we got. So, ugh, my back hurts like so bad. All right. Let's put the music on. Nice. Okay. All right, pre-rolls off. Sick. All right, so let's see. I moved to just chatting. Oh my god. I was supposed to be on Elden Ring. No fucking wonder nobody was watching. Alright, well, fix the category. I also need to fix the way my camera is. Not camera, the fucking phone. So my model doesn't disappear. Well, we're gonna take a break for a little bit so that I can refresh, get something to drink, get something to eat real quick. That way you guys can do that too. And then also I'm gonna make a quick setup here so that I can make sure that I am focusing and making sure that you guys can hear me clearly. Um all right. So while I'm setting up a little bit before I go and get my food and stuff, um how's everyone's night going again? I'm having quite the night. Hanging out with you. Isn't that great? All right. So, did I ever fix my hands? Yeah, I fixed my hands. I knew I did. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. So, quick little check. That's cool. I like this song. I don't know it entirely, but people were telling me that it was a good song, so I started listening to it. It was cute. So music and vibe right now, I guess. And then I gotta prop up my monitor again because I took off the box that was underneath and I completely forgot to put it back. Oops. Silly little me. By the way, ads are starting in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I will be going BRB for those of you that are still here so that I can go ahead and get that shit started. Enjoy yourselves with the music. Who thinks they have the right to tell me not to curse? What do you mean? Which one of you was it? I'm suspicious. I'm back. We're gonna watch some YouTube because I'm bored. Alright. Anyways, I got dinner really quickly. I literally made a whole ass dinner in 15 minutes. We're back. Alright. So let me go ahead and get your music back up, guys. Oh, I'm fucking bangers playing right now too. Hello? What happened to my... Hold on. My music isn't working. Okay, we already heard this one. So next. Let's see. Alright, I'm back. I want to watch stuff. Maybe not game capture. Um. Okay, so I'm trying to make sure that I grab the right one. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So I have to use this one. Maybe Firefox. See new private window. I'm in love and I love. All right. Why is it not working? I just want to watch shit on YouTube. True crime tonight. Why is this being so fucking annoying today? I think it's working. Cool. Let's see what's on trending. In cat's fur to make him boots. Why? Why would you do that to him? Ooh, a new Captain America movie, I guess? Hmm. That's why I never watch what's trending, because this is like a lot of strange things. Ooh, new Garden Band, I guess. Hmm. Let's go on Ewu. You have anything that's like not. This is body cam. Body cam's crazy.
She has told us that you shot
Oh,
and killed
it's
Charlie.
already playing something.
Okay, so at this time, I'm gonna need you to stand up and put your hands behind your back.
Don't show anything because it needs to be like safe to monetize, so I think I should be fine. Let's start by most popular. Let's do like our crime story time for the first time ever. Oh well. Oh. All right. So 15-year-old. Really the best one. I don't know which one I like the most. I can definitely provide some better context. Well, actually, this one I've never watched fully through. 3 hours. Do we have crime story time? Do like a half-hour bit. Here we are. I knew there was one. How do I have like none? Actually, I don't remember anything about this one. All right, so let's go ahead and watch some YouTube and hang out. Hang out for a bit.
My god, it's so sticky. Ew! The boss looks disgusting. That
Frickle
yellow part on
frack.
its head is its sweet spot, right?
These ads, bro.
Disgusting.
Cleveland 911, police, ambulance, or fire.
Hey, check this out. I just came from McDonald's, right? This broad
Alrighty.
break out the fucking house next door to me. She like, this motherfucker done kidnapped me and my daughter, and we've been in this bitch. She say her name.
Wait.
Sir,
Hold
you
on.
have to calm down and slow down. If she says
There's ads, I think, going on right now. Let me bring up my volume mixer. All right, so let's stall a little bit. So, to be completely honest, I have no idea how this is gonna go. I'm just chatting. Is scrobbling? Does that? Oh, huh. All right, so we
Cleveland
can go ahead
911,
and
police,
play.
ambulance, or fire.
Hey, check this out. I just came from McDonald's, right? This broad is trying to break out the fucking house
This
next door to me.
broad
She like, this
is
motherfucker
like,
done kidnapped me and my daughter,
bitch.
and we've been in this bitch. She say her name.
We've been in this
sir, you have
bitch.
to calm down and slow down.
I
If she's
cried
still in
with
the
some of the
street,
fucking.
Yeah, I'm looking at her. She right now. She calling y'all. She on another phone.
Cleveland 911,
Hello, police.
you need police, fire, or ambulance.
I need police.
Okay, and what's going on there?
I've been kidnapped and I've been missing for 10 years, and I'm here. I'm free now. I'm free. I'm using this phone.
Okay, stay there with those neighbors. Talk to the police when they get there.
Okay.
Okay, talk to the police when they get there.
Okay. Hello.
That's
Yeah, talk to the
insane.
police when they get there.
10 years?
Okay. I'm gonna wait now. I
We're
need
gonna
them
send
now.
them as soon as we get a car open.
No, I need them now before we get back.
Can you ask her if she needs an ambulance?
You need an ambulance? She need everything. She's in a panic, bro. I guess she's been kidnapped, so, put yourself in her shoes.
The chilling 911 calls you just heard were made in
This guy is
2013
unironically the
after a woman
biggest
made a
hero
daring
of, like, the
escape after
early
nearly a
2000s,
decade in
not gonna
captivity.
lie. Or, like,
The news
mid-2000s?
shocked not only the Cleveland, Ohio neighborhood where the woman had been held, but the world, as more unbelievable details about the House of Horrors were uncovered. The nightmare first began in 2002 when 21-year-old Michelle Knight left the home of a family member on August 23rd. Michelle had been on her way to a case management meeting about the custody of her 2-year-old son Joey when she got lost. While trying to figure out where exactly she was, Michelle was stopped on the street by a man who she quickly recognized as the father of one of her friends. Trusting this man was the
I was
worst
always
mistake
told.
of her life.
Like, never, like, there's like knowing a friend, and then there's like having a friend and that's like his dad. But it's like really weird when it becomes like consistent and stuff. You have to be really careful with who you trust. I don't know. I'm like super paranoid. I'm crazy loca about that stuff. It's crazy scary. If a situation were to happen to me where I'd get kidnapped, I don't think I'd make it. Like, I'm the first one shot and dead.
Growing up, Michelle had a difficult home life where her family struggled to get by. She spent much of her time helping to care for her siblings, but claimed to have been abused as a child and teen.
Oh.
At only 14, it all became too much for her, and she ran away from home. choosing to
Oh.
live on the streets instead.
Sometimes
Eventually, Michelle
that
decided to move back home and
better
return to
than
high school.
having a home.
Then at 18, Michelle became pregnant, allegedly as a result of an assault.
Oh.
Soon after, she gave birth to her son, Joey. Though she wanted to be the best mother possible for her son, Michelle eventually lost custody of him in 2002 after an incident reportedly involving her mother's boyfriend. Allegedly, the man became intoxicated and fractured Joey's knee.
Okay.
The young boy was then moved from the house and placed in foster care. She was on her way to a meeting, hoping to regain custody of Joey, when then 42-year-old Ariel Castro pulled over to offer her a lift to the hearing.
Fucking course
Because
he
Michelle
did.
knew him casually through one of his 4 children, she agreed.
No,
Castro worked as a
but,
school
like,
bus driver for the
casually knowing
Cleveland
someone and
Metropolitan
really
School
knowing
District
someone does
and
not
was a local
count.
musician. In the car, the two got
And
to
looking
talking,
back on
and
this, like,
Castro
you know,
offered
you just-
Michelle a puppy. The young mom
You
was
just
thrilled,
trust
thinking a
someone
puppy
because
would
you think
make for
they're
a
gonna be
great
good
present to
people,
Joey.
but I don't know, I've
Castro
just been
told
too
her they could
careful
pick
and
up the
paranoid my
puppy from
whole
his
life.
house before they continued to the meeting.
It
But
could happen to
there
anyone. It
was
could
no
really
puppy.
even happen to me, even with
Castro
how
had likely been
preventative I
thinking
am.
about abducting someone for a long time.
But it's just
When he
like,
saw Michelle walking alone and she agreed to get in the car, he was
I
presented
don't
with
know,
the
that
perfect
idea,
opportunity
thinking
to
back on
carry
it,
out
I
his
feel like she
fantasy.
should have thought about it twice.
When
a
they got to
little bit
Castro's
further.
2207
Maybe
Seymour
she didn't
Avenue
have a
home,
ride to the
and Michelle
the
went
courthouse.
inside, she had no idea that she would never be allowed to leave. Once in the home, Castro struck. He wrapped an extension cord around her neck, binding her arms and legs, and shoved a sock into her mouth to prevent her from screaming for help. Castro told her, "You're not going to leave for a long time," and began taking off his
Shit.
clothes.
Oh.
Terrified, Michelle started to beg him to let her go, telling him that she needed to get her son. Castro's response was to tear the photo of Joey she carried into tiny pieces. It was the only picture she had of him. He told her that she would never see her son again. He kept her chained in the dark basement for days and put a motorcycle helmet over her head to muffle her
Ooh,
screams.
jeez.
This was just the first of
Must've been
repeated,
hot as fuck in
unimaginable
there,
horrors that
too.
Castro inflicted upon Michelle. He assaulted and beat her multiple times a day. To keep her cries from being heard, he played loud music to drown them out. At some point, Castro had allowed Michelle to have a pet dog, a pit bull puppy she named Lobo, but she claimed that when the dog bit him trying to protect her from him, he broke its neck in front of her.
No.
Castro-
Ads. I'm so dumb. Hold on, let me see if I
Castro felt a huge rush of power in those first.
can. 438. Okay, 438. I want some more chips. I'm gonna get more chips. That's insane. Okay.
He dictated when she could eat, what she wore, where she slept, what items she was. Castro felt a huge rush of power in those first few days with Michelle. He had complete control. He dictated when she could eat, what she wore, where she slept, what items she was allowed to have, and what happened to her own body. Killing the dog in front of her was another show of power, and likely a scare tactic as well. He wanted her to be afraid and know that he was in charge.
For custody of her kid.
Castro
How did
lived
nobody
alone,
ever just,
so there was no chance of anyone else stumbling upon Michelle hidden there.
Why isn't
Though
she
he
here?
had 4 children, none of them lived with him. His ex-common-law wife had custody of the children, and she moved out of Castro's home in 1996. It was her mother, Barbara Knight, who filed the missing person report about Michelle. The report describes what she was last seen wearing and states that she had a mental condition and that she confused her surroundings a lot, which may have been what happened just before Castro found her. Despite being kidnapped in broad daylight, the police believe that because Michelle had run away before, she might have done it again. They assumed that because she had lost custody of Joey, she decided to leave. This assumption may have greatly impacted any search efforts to find her.
They go forward
Michelle's case
to use
was
them on
eventually
are
forgotten.
always the ones that
Her
are
name
the
was taken
most
off the missing
danger.
persons database only 15 months after she was reported missing. Though she didn't know it, her mother still continued to search for her. However, some reports claim that her family made very little attempt to find her.
I would give her a big hug and kiss and say, I love you.
Mister?
Yes.
When there was no sign of what had happened to Michelle, her son was eventually adopted by another family. On at least one occasion, Michelle tried to escape the house of horrors where Castro kept her confined. During her attempt, her neck and back were hurt so badly, she was afraid to try again. She said, "We had no way to get out of that house, and even if we tried,
Like if you
we
get
got
hurt, like you don't want to do it again and hurt
7
yourself
months after
again.
Michelle
Even
had been kidnapped and held
after
captive,
that.
16-year-old Amanda Berry got up and got ready for work at a fast food restaurant on April 21st, 2003. She thought about calling in since the next day was her 17th birthday. Her entire life would have been different if she hadn't gone to work that day. It was during her walk home, only a few blocks from her house, that everything went horribly wrong.
Birthday.
There was a vehicle sitting in a driveway at an angle where she had to go around. Amanda remembered smiling at the people inside the vehicle, a man and his daughter, because the daughter looked familiar to her. She believed it was one of her friends she had known in middle school. But then the vehicle started following after her as she walked. The man pulled up to her and asked if she wanted a ride home, and Amanda realized that the girl was no longer inside. When Amanda commented that the girl wasn't with the man anymore, he told her that his daughter was at his house and asked Amanda if she wanted to see her. Believing that the man was the father of her friend and therefore trustworthy, Amanda told him yes, a choice she would come to deeply regret.
Wait, so she
Amanda
knew
had gone
him
to school
too?
with 2 of Castro's daughters, but what she didn't know was that neither lived with him, and in fact they lived in a different neighborhood with their mother. Though it isn't entirely clear, it appears that Castro had been dropping off one of his daughters before he spotted Amanda and took advantage of the fact that she knew his daughter to lure her to his house. When they arrived at the house on Seymour Avenue, the man told her that the girl, his daughter, must have been in the bath. As they waited, he started to show her around the house, a house she could never be allowed to leave. Castro took Amanda upstairs and showed her where another young woman was fast asleep. Amanda didn't know it at the time, but the other woman was now 22-year-old Michelle Knight. The nightmare only got worse from there. Castro forced Amanda into the next bedroom where he told her to pull her pants down. After, Amanda's wrists and ankles were bound with tape. Castro went one step further and added a belt over the tape around her ankles. She was chained to a pole in the basement as Castro put a helmet over her head and told her that if she was quiet, he would take her home. It was a lie. The initial rush of power and excitement for Castro after he abducted Michelle had likely faded somewhat after 7 months, so he took Amanda to feel that huge rush again. Just like with Michelle, Amanda happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Castro saw the opportunity and he acted on it. That first day, Amanda was left in the dark with only a TV for company. As much as she cried and screamed, no one came to save her. Her family reported that she was missing soon after, and she watched on TV in Castro's basement as her mother and sister made pleas for her safe return.
See, where whereabouts or anything of my daughter, Amanda Berry. Thank you all very much for being here. I appreciate it.
Amanda Berry's mother's pleading for anyone with information about her daughter's disappearance to come forward. She's been missing since late April.
After being in the house for 4 days, Castro brought Amanda back upstairs where he chained her to a radiator in a bedroom. Eventually, Castro asked her if there was anything she wanted to pass the time, and Amanda asked him for something
That's
she could write in.
crazy.
He brought her a diary with a tiny lock and key. In one of her first entries, she wrote, "You never know what you got till it's gone. I just can't wait to go home. I'm 17 now, but don't have a life. But he told me I'm young and will go home before summer. Another 2 months." It was another lie. A week after abducting Amanda, Castro called her family to taunt them about how he had taken her. He referred to her as Mandy, a nickname that only those close to her ever used, which
That's so
especially
gross.
disturbed her family. Castro also claimed that Amanda wanted to be with him. This call was almost Castro's downfall. He was literally 2 blocks away from being caught. Around this
What?
time, the FBI had developed technology capable of tracking a cell phone's location, but it only worked if the phone was turned on.
Oh my
Authorities were able
god.
to narrow down the call to within 2 blocks of where Castro lived, and they staked out the
I feel
area
like that's
for
like a
weeks,
door-to-door
hoping for a
search.
sign of Amanda. But Castro never turned the phone back on, and so they eventually gave up. There were thousands of reported sightings of Amanda over the years. There were even times when
I
people
know 2 blocks
reported
is
that
a
she had
lot.
died, but her family kept hope because her body was
But you
never
can get
found.
volunteers to door
Over
campaign
the
for
years
you.
that she was held captive, Amanda addressed almost all of her diary entries to her mother, Lawana Miller. She died at 43 in 2006 from heart failure, though her family said she died of a broken heart after losing Amanda, who she searched for relentlessly. She never learned what became of her daughter. It isn't known for sure how Amanda found out her mother
In
had
3
died,
years.
but the women sometimes had access to a TV or VCR, where they frequently saw updates in their own missing persons cases.
That's
So she may have
crazy to
seen the
watch
death
yourself on
announced
TV
the
and not be
news.
able to like be
After,
there.
she still addressed her diary entries to her, but
Everyone's out
wrote,
here looking for you. You
"Mother
know
in
just
heaven."
exactly where you are.
When
That's like
Amanda
such a
was first
huge
taken,
fear.
Michelle only saw her for a few minutes, but then didn't see her again for months. Castro likely kept the girls separate so they wouldn't be able to band together against him. If they were together when he wasn't around, he wouldn't know what they were discussing, especially what they were saying about him, and this would make him feel like he was not in control. Everything Castro did was about control. Even with 2 women already held hostage in his house, Castro wanted more. A year after he took Amanda, he went looking for another victim. Castro promised Amanda that if he got another girl into the house, then he would finally take her home. It was another lie. Again, Castro was searching for the high of that initial abduction, because it is worn off after a year. As time passed, Castro began to anticipate the next abduction. The more he thought about doing it, the more he wanted to. He likely
It
felt
was
a
like
huge
a-
thrill
I guess
and
like
rush
a
of power
building,
each time he took
like-
a new girl.
I wonder
It seems
what
that with each kidnapping,
parts of
Castro
your
felt more
brain need to
confident
connect.
and more dangerous as he captured younger women each time.
Because like this is
Just
fucking
5
wild.
blocks from where Amanda had been taken, Castro ran into someone he knew on April 2nd, 2004. Castro's daughter, Arlene Castro, was walking home from school with 14-year-old Gina DeJesus. The girls were going to hang out, but when Arlene's mother said no, Gina started on the long walk to her house alone. She called her own mother and told her she was on her way, but she would never make it. Arlene was the last person to see Gina before she went missing. Castro also knew Gina's father, so when his vehicle pulled up next to her on the sidewalk, she wasn't too alarmed to see him. Castro asked Gina if she had seen Arlene, and when she said she had, he asked for her help locating her. The request didn't
If
seem out of the
those
ordinary
parents'
for the
kids aren't
teen,
there, then
so
you
she
shouldn't be
agreed
there
and
either.
got into the car with him. But Castro didn't take her to find Arlene. Instead, he brought her to his house where he asked her to help him move some equipment.
I'd start
By
crying.
now, Gina
I
was
don't even know what I'd
understandably
do.
alarmed.
Then I'd die
Then
of a
Castro's
panic.
behavior changed. Instead of telling her what equipment he needed help with, he started to groom himself in front of her, trimming his eyebrows, mustache, and nose hairs. He shifted his attention to her and began inappropriately touching her. Gina
Alright,
warned
gross.
him he could go to jail because she was so young, and he responded that she could leave. However, he had one stipulation. She had to leave out a different door than the one she came in, and to use the basement door. Likely just feeling relieved that she could leave, Gina didn't ask any questions. Once in the
I
basement,
don't know,
Castro
man. Like
pounced
the
and
first thing
tried
you just want to
chain
do
her
is
up.
leave.
At first, the chains weren't tight enough, and Gina managed to get loose. She tried to run. Castro caught her and overpowered her, but she managed to land a few hard kicks on him. Gina screamed for help, but he had turned up the volume of the radio in his basement and the radio in the living room so no one could hear her. He managed to tie her up and left her in his basement. The day she went missing, Gina's mother, Nancy Ruiz, called police to report that she had disappeared. Yet investigators didn't immediately look into Gina's disappearance as a missing child because they assumed she may have run away from home. When the search for Gina finally began, something especially twisted happened. Castro joined in the efforts. All the while, he knew exactly where Gina was. Because Castro was friends with Gina's father, he helped pass out flyers about her disappearance and even comforted Gina's mother while at a vigil for her a year after she'd gone missing. Castro likely joined the search to gain access to information about the case and any possible leads. He may have also wanted to ensure that he was not a suspect since Gina was last seen with his daughter. And finally, he likely felt excitement that he was helping
that
with
should
the
have given
search,
you a hint
and
if
that no one but him
like
knew
they
the
saw
truth.
each other and then
For
they
the first few
also
weeks
saw
that Castro held
him.
Gina
Like, I don't
captive,
know.
He mostly left her alone, but on May 7th, 2004, he assaulted her for the first time.
Oh.
Horrifically, he continued to do so regularly. He chained up Michelle and Gina together in the same room where they had to share a mattress. They would remain together in that room during their entire captivity. On a few occasions, Michelle tried to intervene when Castro attempted to assault Gina, which resulted in her being assaulted and beaten more often herself. He would assault each of them
She was a good
while the
person.
other was still in the room.
She really was.
Castro had kidnapped all 3 women within 20 months in a roughly 5-block area. Inside the home, the women were forced
Within
to live
5
in filthy
blocks,
and
you guys
cramped
didn't even
conditions.
like want to
They
do
were
like a
chained up,
general
tortured,
search
and
with it.
starved.
So many
All
houses
suffered
in
from
5 blocks.
depression, sickness, and
General
bed
searches.
bugs.
People that
During
would
the
be
first winter she was
suspicious.
there, Michelle was left naked for months with just a thin sheet to keep warm. She also wasn't allowed to shower for the first 8 months after she was taken. Amanda was kept in a room the size of a
cannot believe
closet
him.
with a dirty and old mattress. She had to go to the bathroom in a bucket, which was kept in the room with her and smelled terrible.
Oh.
Anytime Castro showed them any kindness, it always came with disturbing conditions. Amanda recalled that whenever he allowed her to shower, she had to shower with him. Castro frequently assaulted the women.
I wish you could see
In
the
order to
faces
muffle
that I'm
any
just
sounds of
making
their
right
cries for
now.
help, he
It
used
looks
a
like
sound
I'm
system to play
smiling, but
loud
I'm not. I'm
music so no one
grimacing
would
so
hear.
bad.
Amanda said she tried to numb herself, but she secretly kept track of each instance of assault with a number at the top of the pages in her diary, with the hope that one day he would be caught and punished. Michelle became pregnant on 4 or 5 occasions, but Castro forced her to miscarry each pregnancy by beating her so severely. The injuries were so damaging that they left Michelle unable to have any more children.
Oh.
He ensured none could escape by boarding up the windows and locking all of the doors. Castro also psychologically manipulated them, testing them to see if they would try to escape. He sometimes pretended to leave the house and then would sneak back in without the women knowing.
It's
that
just
way, they could never really
this
trust he
power
was
dynamic.
gone. He would check that they hadn't tried to leave.
Honestly,
and
on
warn
the
that if
inside,
he
he's
ever
more
caught
of
them
a
attempting to
pussy than we
escape,
all
that
think.
he would kill them. Other forms of Castro's manipulations were calculated gifts and deprivation to pin the girls against each other. Castro used a domestic economy to hand out rewards to the women. He would give them cash allowances that they could use to buy food and other necessities, which he could also take away. In order to ensure the women didn't trust each other, he intentionally played mind games with them, often between Amanda and Michelle. When he first took Gina, he gave her the nicest room and let her eat first, which caused some resentment between the women. Buying occasional little gifts for the girls was a manipulation tactic to gain their trust
which ones
and
he choose
cooperation.
and why
When you have
that
had
was the way they
literally
choose
everything
it.
taken away from you,
Or
such
they
as
chose
Michelle,
it.
Amanda, and Gina did, a small item takes on a larger meaning. Making sure the
Anything
girls didn't
means
trust each other
anything
was
because you don't
Castro's
want to
way of
be
ensuring they didn't join
have like
forces
be the
against him.
less preference because then you're gonna get less good treatment.
One of the cruelest moments of many cruelties was when Castro told Gina she had to play Russian roulette with him and take turns pointing the gun at each other. He claimed to have loaded the gun with 1 bullet. At that point, Gina felt like she had nothing to lose because she thought she was going to be in that house forever. But in a resistance streak, Gina also wanted a chance to pull the trigger while the gun was aimed at Castro. She wanted to kill him. She pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Michelle was the most outwardly resistant to Castro. She often talked back to him, refusing to use his name when she spoke to him. Instead, she called him Dude. Castro disliked her the most out of his captives because she refused to break. Michelle later said, He wanted to break me, and that's something he couldn't do, because you can't break someone who's already broken. You can only make them stronger. Something that all the women held on to was hope, whether it was finding strength in the belief that their families would never give up on them, or even resistance by fantasizing that they could kill Castro with rat poison. At first, the three women were kept separate from each other in different rooms of the house. But then on May 23, 2004, Castro brought them all together just so they could watch a show. It was America's Most Wanted and featured both Amanda and Gina's missing persons cases.
Oh, come on.
This was especially painful because the families of both girls were interviewed. Gina said that after this, she couldn't stand him, but had to act as though she was friends with Castro in order to survive. Following
You gotta
Michelle's
keep
abduction,
living, man.
there was very little, if any, TV
So if
or
you
news
don't, then
coverage
like, how
about
are
the
you
case.
know? How do you know
Castro
you're gonna
used
make
this
it out?
lack of effort to
You
find
know?
her to torture Michelle, telling her it was because no one was looking for her. This was made all the worse when Amanda Berry's mother appeared on the news frequently, begging for her daughter to be returned. Castro would twist this to make Michelle feel even more alone in comparison.
Did you ever imagine that she would be found?
Not really. I didn't even think that we would ever see her again. We were still looking for her, watching out, see if we seen her on the street. But like I said, we really never publicized it.
Michelle said, "It would hurt because I knew my family didn't care." Castro even said to her, "Ain't you glad I took you?" After bringing the women together to watch TV, they started to talk to each other. Well, they spoke to each other whenever they had the chance, because Castro actually forbade them from speaking among themselves. He put gates up to keep them apart, but they could still speak, and when he closed the doors to stop them, they communicated through pictures and notes carefully slid under doors. Whenever Castro left them in the house alone, which was very infrequently, the women would sometimes pretend like everything was okay, dancing and singing together or watching The Vampire Diaries on TV, attempting to feign any kind of normalcy. On occasion, Castro would allow the women to go outside of the home, but only to the yard or the garage. And whenever they were out of the house, he made them wear disguises such as a helmet or a wig, like the one shown here. Everything became all the more disturbing when Amanda turned 20. She began to suspect that she was pregnant. For some reason, instead of forcefully terminating her pregnancy as Castro had with Michelle, he allowed her to carry the baby to term.
That's
On Christmas
crazy.
Day 2006, Amanda went into labor. Castro had purchased a baby pool for her to give birth in the home and had Michelle help her deliver the baby. While she was in labor, Castro sat in a rocking chair and read a book on babies rather than offer an aid. The birth wasn't easy.
But like, doesn't he have
not
more
only because
kids
she had to give
anyways
birth
already?
without any professional help, but the child wasn't breathing at first. Castro apparently threatened to kill Michelle if she didn't save the baby. Michelle managed to get the child to breathe by blowing air into her mouth, and thanks to her efforts,
like almost
the
like
baby
CPR?
survived. Amanda named her
That's
daughter
crazy.
Jocelyn. The baby became a very welcome distraction and source of joy for the three young women. According to Michelle, Castro began calling Amanda
my
his
God.
wife after the child was born. He even referred to them all as a family. For the most part, Jocelyn was as hidden from the outside world as the others. But unlike the three women, Castro would occasionally let her outside in the backyard, to the park, or to Sunday services with him. He even took Jocelyn to visit his family, including his mother, Lillian Rodriguez.
And who did she
Apparently,
think
Jocelyn
it was?
called her grandmother. Rodriguez never revealed where she thought the young girl came from or who she thought her mother was. All the while, Amanda worried Castro might
But
possibly
you're
do
not
something to her daughter.
questioning that your like
And what might
son
be one
just
of the
showed up.
strangest turn of events for the women, they also watched the breaking news in August 2009 of J.C. Dugard's escape from
Like,
captivity
what the fuck?
after 18 years. The three women were fascinated by the story and watched for any updates. It must have been particularly surreal to see the evidence of someone escaping a situation so similar to the one they were currently in. And yet, when talking about the man who had held J.C. captive, Philip Garrido, Castro made the comment that guy was crazy. Though it may seem like Castro was at least willfully ignoring any similarity between himself and Garrido,
That guy was
when one of the women said that
nuts.
what happened to J.C. was just like their situation, he asked him if they were going to write a book about this. Castro must have felt extremely confident that no one would ever discover the women, because he occasionally had friends and family members come over to the house. On one occasion, the women were almost able to alert Castro's daughter that they were there. While Arlene visited the home, they were hidden away in the basement. They were close to shouting for help, but they were too afraid that Castro would kill them if they did. They had another chance to call for help when the house next door to Castro's was raided by police in 2010. But again, they were too afraid. On another occasion, when he had family over, he hid the women in a van. There were many close calls over the years. When police were investigating Gina's disappearance, they looked at connections with her friends, including Arlene Castro. But instead of investigating her father, they became suspicious of her stepfather, Fernando Colon.
Fuck.
Colon claimed that during an interview with police, he told them that the person they should really be looking into was Castro, as he also knew Gina.
Yeah, because it's like, there's not just one person. They know all three of them. And there's a reason the mom isn't with her
Another
daughter,
close call for the women in
sons,
Castro's
the
house,
father.
quite literally, involved Castro's other daughter, Angie, who found a weird message on her answering machine. The message sounded like it was left after her number had been pocket dialed, but the frightening part was that she could hear the voice of a young woman screaming and shouting, "Get away from me."
Oh, God.
Concerned about what she had heard, Angie reported the message to the police, who traced the call, but instead of tracing it to Castro, they believed the call came from a different phone. Gina's mother would later assert that some kind of mistake must have been made when the call was traced, because she believes it had come from Castro. At one point, the police believed that Amanda's case was solved when Robert Wolford, a man already convicted of murder in 2007, admitted in 2012 that he had also killed Amanda Berry. This was, of course, a lie, but investigators didn't know that at the time. Not only
They just
did
thought it
Wolford
was
pass
real.
a lie detector test, a notoriously unreliable measurement of truth,
Literally
but he claimed that he
unreliable,
could
so
lead
I
the
have
police
no.
to Amanda's
At this
remains.
point, they
Even
knew
though
it was
wasn't the
unreliable, so I don't
conclusion anyone was
understand why
hoping
that was
for
the
with
first thing they
Amanda's
went
case,
for.
The police and her family had their hopes up that they would finally have answers. Oddly, the area where Wolford told the police they could find her body was nearby to where Amanda was actually trapped alive in Castro's home. Investigators didn't find any remains. As the excavation was filmed by the news, Castro's brother Pedro was actually seen pointing at the efforts and saying, "That's a waste of money." The police dug up one other backyard in their search for Amanda. Everything changed on May 6, 2013. Jocelyn, who had more freedom in the house than the women, went downstairs before she ran back up to tell Amanda that, "I don't find Daddy. Daddy's nowhere around."
Oh.
And there was something else for the first time. Amanda's bedroom door had been left unlocked.
Oh, a first,
Amanda
a
isn't sure
mistake.
if the unlocked door is another test left by Castro, but she immediately knew it was their chance. At this point, she'd been held captive for 10 long years. She
That's
made her way
insane.
downstairs. Jocelyn was right. There was no sign of Castro. The front door had an alarm on it, but it was the storm door beyond that proved to be the issue. It was padlocked shut, but Amanda was determined. She pulled the door open just enough that she could stick an arm through. She started screaming for help. While this was happening, Gina feared that Castro had caught Amanda, and out of terror, told Michelle to stay with her upstairs instead of running to help Amanda. 75-year-old Aurora Marty heard the calls for help, and as an arm reached out from behind the door, Marty ran over to the house across the street from
Oh my
hers on
God.
Seymour Avenue. The girl
It's just
behind
that
the door says
moment.
to her, "I'm Amanda Berry." Marty doesn't speak much English, but she still recognized the name. She said, "You can't be Amanda. Amanda's dead." Because of her arthritis, Marty struggles to help Amanda pull the door open. There are conflicting accounts about what happens next, but either way,
I mean,
Amanda
so much was
begs for
going
help
on. You
getting
can't
the door
even,
open.
like,
And then
expect them
Charles
to
Ramsey
exactly
sees
remember
her
what
arm.
happened.
Hey, check this out. I just came from McDonald's, right?
I just came from McDonald's.
Fucking house next door to me.
He grabs the other side
What
of
a
the door
guy.
and starts pulling, trying to get it open. When that doesn't work, he kicks at it, telling Amanda to do the same thing on the other side. And she does. The bottom panel in the storm door gives way, and she can crawl through.
Sir, you have to calm down and slow down. Is she still in the street?
Yeah, I'm looking at her. She right now. She calling y'all. She on another phone.
With her 6-year-old daughter in her arms, Amanda ran to a neighbor's house to call 911.
It's
The
just the
entire
best thing
time
you
she
could
was
do.
terrified that Castro would return and hurt her.
And I would be
even though
too,
she was
because like he
surrounded
could have
by
been just
people.
driving
Her
in while
call
she
goes
was like
through
looking
at 5:52
for a
p.m.
place for help, and he could have just said she was crazy.
I'm Amanda Berry. I've been kidnapped and I've been missing for 10 years, and I'm here. I'm free now. Yeah, I'm across the street. I'm using this phone.
Okay, stay there with those neighbors. Talk to the police when they get there.
Okay.
I have a call taker on the phone with a female who says her name is Amanda Berry and that she had been kidnapped 10 years ago. Still has her on the phone right now. She's saying that the male is Ariel Castro.
Police were sent
Oh my
immediately
God!
to the
Imagine
house.
all of
They
them
arrived
going,
at 5:54,
"Are you
about 2 minutes after Amanda called
like
for help? As they arrived, they were
that they
flagged
had
by a
him
woman
so
with a small
close
child in her
multiple
arms.
times
They quickly
too?"
realized that this isn't some prank call, but that it's real. She's the girl from the missing person flyers, Amanda Berry.
That's her.
For real.
And then Amanda tells the police that she isn't alone.
Oh, you think it might be for real?
The others in the house.
2 officers forced their way through the crack in the door that Amanda had escaped through. They managed to open the storm door so more officers can follow after them. They check the
Let's
basement,
go.
but it's empty. Then an officer climbs the stairs and shouts, "Cleveland police." Michelle had no idea
Oh my
what was
God,
going
what a
on
fucking
downstairs, but when she
relief.
finally worked up the courage to go and find out, she opened the door to a police officer shouting,
Adam 23 radio.
Go ahead.
We found them. We found them.
As soon as she realized it was the police, Michelle
Yeah,
runs into
all
the
you can do
officer's
is
arms
fucking
and hugs
cry,
them,
'cause what a
shouting, "You
relief."
saved me. You saved me." She told them to never let her go. The officer couldn't help but tear up. When he asks if there's anyone else, Gina DeJesus comes out of another bedroom.
Georgina De Jesus might be in this house also.
For the first time since they were
God,
taken, the 3
getting
women
that
were
fucking
outside
phone
of the
call that all
house.
3 of them were
Michelle
in
is now
there,
32,
and then
Amanda
looking at your police
27,
force and
and
going,
Gina,
"What did we
23.
do to
The
fail? We
police
had him
broadcast the description
so
of Castro's vehicle,
close."
and he was found just as he pulled into a McDonald's parking lot. He was arrested and handcuffed on the spot at 6:16 p.m. One of his male relatives was in the car with him. Not long after this, the police announced that they had arrested
because
2
then
other
he
men on
can't fucking
suspicion of
lie about why he's
kidnapping.
in jail.
Castro's brothers, Pedro and O'Neill. All 3 were arrested. One reason the brothers fell under suspicion was that O'Neill was with Castro at the time of his arrest. However, only Castro was charged, and Pedro and O'Neill were released. Though it's hard to imagine no one who knew Castro had any idea that he had kidnapped 3 women and held them captive in his
That's
house for over
insane.
10 years. Investigators
To be
stated
able to
that neither
do that
brother
in a
appeared to
couple
have been
years
involved.
and
They
then
also said that
do
neither
it
had
to
any
multiple
knowledge about the
girls
3
that
women.
you knew.
Generally speaking, most people are under
All
no
3 of
legal
them were
obligation
connected
to
to
report a
him
crime,
in some
whether they knew about it
like
in
shape or
advance,
form.
witnessed its commission, or found out about it after the fact. However, there are exceptions to this law. Some examples would be mandated reporters if you aid and abet in the crime, or if you willfully conceal the commission of a felony federal offense. The latter can result in a charge of misprision of a felony, which is a form of obstruction of justice. The
Okay.
shocking rescue made worldwide news. Instead of celebrating her release after 11 years, Michelle was rushed to the hospital. She complained to the police about having chest pains and trouble breathing. She is
Definitely like
small
a
woman,
panic
but at the
attack
time that she was
almost.
found, she only weighed around 84
What?
pounds. She was so tiny that the police
A
thought she
fucking
was actually
baby.
a child. At the hospital, Michelle found out that she had a bacterial infection in her stomach and only had days to live. If she hadn't been freed from Castro's house when she would have died.
That's
She eventually
insane.
recovered. But that wasn't the worst of it. Michelle has been left with lifelong physical damage. On top of never being able to have children because of Castro's physical assaults, Michelle's eyesight has been permanently altered after spending so much time trapped in the dark. She also suffered from damage to her facial bones from the repeated beatings to her head. On one occasion, Castro broke her jaw with a barbell. None of this compares to the mental effects of Castro's torture. During those long years of captivity, Michelle occasionally contemplated taking her own life, but her will remained strong when she thought about her son. Once the women were rescued, Castro's house was boarded up. After the women were discovered, people started to come forward with stories about the
Fucking
house on
bulldoze
Seymour
that
Avenue.
one.
Elsie Centrone, who lived 3 houses away from Castro, claimed that several years earlier her daughter had spotted a naked woman crawling in Castro's backyard. She said she called police about it, but they didn't take it seriously. In a similar incident, another neighbor, Israel Lugo, claimed he heard pounding on the doors coming from inside Castro's house and called the police in 2011.
No cop took
When the
this
police showed up,
seriously.
Lugo
Like, are you
alleged that they
kidding me?
knocked on the door, and when no one
Multiple
answered,
calls,
they left.
multiple
The police
links.
admitted that they'd been at the Castro house twice in the last 15 years, but they maintained those visits had nothing to do with the women's disappearances. In contrast to this, after his arrest, other neighbors came forward to say that Castro always appeared to be happy and respectful. Disturbingly, the kids
Appearances
and
are
parents in the area
everything.
trusted him, and he was known to take the children on rides on his motorcycle. What made
Why
me
are you
most
letting some
horrifying of
random
all
ass
is the
man
fact that
take your kids
Castro
on a
was almost
motorcycle?
stopped on multiple occasions before he had the chance to hold 3 women captive for a decade. He had a long history of abuse and several run-ins with the police, including an incident involving the owner of a house neighboring his own. In 1994, Ernesto Santiago had come to check on his property when he realized a chain-link fence was missing. He asked
whole
Castro about it,
fence?
and according to the police report,
How do you get a whole fence to
Castro
go
became
missing?
upset and picked up a shovel and attempted to hit the victim with it. In 2004, while Castro
There
was
were
working as a bus
signs.
driver, he was charged with child endangerment and abduction. He had
Kidnapping
allegedly left
for
a
the first time
13-year-old
around.
boy on the bus unsupervised. When he got back on the bus, he drove it to Wendy's and once there, allegedly told the child to lay down, bitch, while he went inside the restaurant to eat. He denied ever saying that. When he was interviewed about the
I feel like a
incident,
little
Castro
kid would
said,
remember the bad
"I
words.
just totally forgot he was there. I
To
didn't
be
check the
completely
bus."
honest.
He was suspended for 60
Oh my
days.
god, this
but
guy's
the charges were
ridiculous.
unsubstantiated due to insufficient evidence. He was eventually fired in 2012 after leaving the bus unattended in a fire lane for hours. As well, there's a long trail of police
could you
reports
possibly
reporting
be
Castro's
doing?
physical
What
assaults
fire
against
lane?
his common-law wife, Figueroa, dating back to 1989. After an incident, she
So
called the
like,
police to report Castro,
11
but never
years?
went through with pressing charges because he had allegedly threatened to kill her and their children
Maybe
if she
13?
did. Another police report states that in a different incident, Figueroa asked Castro where he was going, and he became violent and slapped her. When she tried to get away from him, he slammed her into the wall and against a washing machine. Her shoulder and arm were
Christ.
both injured in the assault. Castro made another threat when Figueroa eventually lodged
Probably
a formal
didn't
complaint
recover
against him
either.
after a horrific incident where he reportedly stomped on her head with his boots on in front of their children. Figueroa's son ran from the house and Castro chased
How
after
was he
him,
not put in
giving her a
prison or
chance
some
to
type
lock
of
him out the
institution
home.
after making
When the
these
police arrived,
reports?
Castro tried to flee, but they
Our
caught him.
fails us
According to a court
each and every
petition,
day.
Figueroa had suffered a broken nose, broken ribs, 2 dislocated shoulders, and a lost tooth at the hands of Castro. Figueroa also developed a brain tumor from the multiple head injuries she had. When Figueroa went to take the stand at the courthouse about the incident, Castro allegedly threatened her at the entrance, and she never testified. Because of this, he was
Rest in
never
peace.
indicted as there wasn't enough evidence. It's not uncommon for victims of domestic violence to become uncooperative after filing charges with the police. This may be due to fear, battered women syndrome, or because they don't think the violence will happen again. Police and prosecutors always try to take as many photos as possible, statements, and any other evidence they can collect so that if the victim
I
becomes
feel like
uncooperative,
first day
they can still
information is
prove
the best
charges.
part.
While it's obviously more difficult to get a conviction without the victim's testimony or cooperation, it is still often done. It was only after Amanda's daring escape that Castro was brought to justice. During his trial, Castro claimed to have an addiction to adult content and said, "I'm not a monster, I'm
that
sick."
makes sense.
He also made claims that went directly against the evidence police found in the home, such as the chains and ropes used to restrain the women.
I didn't chain them up.
Castro said that
Finds
he treated
chains.
the girls
No, it's
well
okay.
and claimed any intercourse with them was consensual.
They were for decoration.
When asked about terminating Michelle's multiple pregnancies, he admitted that he had, but only after alleging it was always a mutual decision. Castro refused to take responsibility for what he did by
No,
using
she asked me to.
excuses, such as that he's sick or that he treated the girls well. He knew exactly what he was doing when he abducted and tortured the girls over the
Oh,
course
absolutely,
of 10 to
he knew what he
11
was
long
doing.
years.
We'd like to enter a plea of not guilty. We will waive the reading of the indictment, waive the 24-hour period, and just enter the plea.
Mr. Castro currently faces hundreds of years in prison.
Good.
Current charges.
Good.
And it is our hope that we can continue to work toward a resolution to avoid having an unnecessary trial about aggravated murder and the death penalty.
Castro was a classic narcissist and exhibited several traits of narcissistic personality disorder, including a grandiose sense of self-importance, is preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success,
Yeah, and that power
brilliance,
fantasy.
beauty, or ideal love.
And then being
Requires
able to also
excessive
choose like
admiration,
which
has a
girl
sense of
he got
entitlement,
to use at the end of the
is
day.
interpersonally exploitative, i.e. takes advantage of others to achieve his own ends, lacks empathy, shows arrogant, haughty behaviors and attitudes. He was also sadistic, meaning he derived gratification from the physical and emotional suffering he caused in other people. Castro eventually admitted he would have been easily caught at the beginning if the police had only seen the surveillance footage from Wilbur Wright Middle School, near where he took Gina. In a bold statement of stomach-churning irony, Castro said, If they would have questioned me, it's possible that it would have ended right there. I feel that the FBI let those girls down. Castro's arrogant
let her
statement about
down.
how the FBI let those girls down.
I say every
is
side
another
let her
example
down.
of his narcissism.
Or all three of
Not
them
only does he
down.
deflect any responsibility, but he is also actually blaming the FBI. Only Michelle attended Castro's sentencing hearing. She told him, "I spent 11 years in hell. Now your hell is just beginning." On August 1st, 2013, Ariel Castro was sentenced to life in prison after he pled guilty to 937 counts of kidnapping and assault in exchange to avoid the death penalty. His sentence was extended to include 1,000 more years. Castro never even came close to serving his sentence. The 937 counts were charges because each individual assault, kidnapping, etc. of each victim was charged as a separate offense on an indictment.
Yes.
While in prison, he complained frequently about the prison food, even believing it had been tampered with, and said that the prison guards were negligent. Less than 2 months into his sentence on September 3rd, 2013,
they are, but
Castro
for the
was found
reasons
dead
that they
in his
did it
prison
towards
cell
you,
after he had
probably
taken his
not
own
so
life by
much.
hanging. Records from the jail show that Castro was listed as requiring special observation because he was believed to be at risk of taking his own life. Castro had complete power over multiple people for years.
Now that he was
a total loss
powerless.
of control for him, and
Exactly.
he couldn't stand that he wasn't calling the shots anymore.
Eat, sleep when he
Officers found
wanted,
his
watch
body
TV when he
27 minutes
wanted,
after their
do
last
whatever he
check
wanted
on
to
him,
other
kneeling
people.
with a bed sheet tied around his neck and attached to a window hinge. Oddly, his shorts were found around his ankles, and he wasn't wearing underwear. Because of this detail, at first, it was incorrectly believed that Castro may have died as a result of autoerotic asphyxiation, which would have made his death an accident. However, after speaking to other inmates, it became clear that Castro had lost weight while incarcerated, causing his pants to frequently slip down. This explained why his shorts were down when he died.
Good,
Castro
I'm
left a
glad
note
that the
behind where he cited
embarrassment
scripture and wrote that
hit
those who
you
confessed with their
at
heart will be
death.
saved. In another note, he wrote, "My kids and grandkids," and drew a heart around the words. Other doodles on the page were some of his family members' names, more hearts, flowers, and music notes. On one hand, Castro's death robbed the women of the satisfaction of knowing that he was being punished for his many crimes. But on the other hand, their nightmare was officially over.
Can never come back
All
and
three
hurt
women
them.
were eager to begin their lives after captivity, but reintroduction into society wasn't easy for any of them after a decade being held hostage. The women suffered from complex post-traumatic stress disorder after years of abuse. Michelle was the first to speak publicly about the horror she faced as the one who had been held by Castro the longest.
I'm learning that
This is the
I'm more
original.
stronger. I am able to define who I am, not by the situations that are surrounding me. I learned in life it's better to forgive, but you'll never forget what happened to you. But for your healing process, it's better to forgive.
Though Michelle had hopes of gaining custody
Yeah.
of her son, she did not. Still, his
Come
adoptive
on,
parents sent her
man.
photos and updates about him.
It
It's a
should
very
be open
difficult situation,
adoption.
but it would have been extremely disruptive for Joey to be uprooted from the only home he has known.
I wouldn't
for
say
most of his
uproot
life.
him
As
either,
part
but
of
like,
moving on, Michelle changed her name to Lily Rose Lee. She has published 2 books under her birth name about her life during and after those 11 years, titled Finding Me and Life After Darkness. On the anniversary that she escaped, May 6, 2016, she got married. Amanda has been able to raise Jocelyn in a healthy and safe environment. Since she was taken as a teen, Gina said that one of the things she always wanted to do was learn to drive. She now has her driver's license
Let's
and went back
go.
to school. Amanda and Gina collaborated on a book with 2 Pulitzer Prize-winning
oh yeah,
Washington
because they were
Post
always stuck
reporters
together,
and
weren't they?
published their own book called Hope in 2015. Amanda and Gina are still friends to this day, but they are no longer in contact with Michelle. Gina explained that all 3 women liked each other at one point in the beginning, but their relationship was fractured now. It appears that the ways Castro attempted to turn the women against each other had lasting effects on them. He often played Amanda and Michelle off of each other, so they never really got along, while Amanda and Gina grew close and shared a lot with each other over the years.
They were also
Amanda simply said
closer.
that she and Michelle were 2 different people. Both Amanda and Gina have stated that they wish the best for Michelle. When Michelle was asked why she no longer speaks to the other women, she said Gina was like a sister to her, but their lives have pulled them in different directions.
That is also
She hasn't
true.
directly commented about Amanda. Today, all 3 women work in some way to help survivors. highlighting missing persons cases or help the families of missing persons.
These women.
Michelle founded Lily's Ray of Hope to help victims find housing, clothing, and
Christ,
access
what they
to
went
education.
through.
Amanda began hosting a segment on the news
I can't even,
about Cleveland's
I don't know.
missing
I'm
persons
trying to put it
cases in
together, but it's still so
2017.
crazy.
Gina became an ambassador for the Northeast Ohio Amber Alert and founded the Cleveland Family Center for Missing Children and Adults. All three women have proven their courage, perseverance, and unbelievable ability to survive.
That's crazy. That's fucking wild.
This is Little Caesar's Pizza.
Like, wow. I'm like trying to process how I can like explain, like, this is so insane about like so many connections, so many things, so many chances to leave, and it was just a decade of just getting stuck over and over again. It's wild. That was a little deep. A little deep. That was crazy.
911 police ambulance to fire.
The follow.
Ooh. This is new.
It's always coming back. There's always
Let me get a blanket.
first. That's the stuff. Skulls are getting cracked.
Though no one knew it at the time, Alexander Kinua was about to do something unthinkable. His self-recorded videos give us a chilling glimpse into his twisted mind in the days before he committed a truly disturbing act.
Do you see a bag of charcoal? Go ahead and open it.
Oh no.
That's only part of it. I tasted something.
No. Yo.
Principal use sauce. Spice, Old Bay spice.
Old Bay? No.
Keep doing that shit again. That's gonna keep it happening.
On the morning of May 25th, 2012, 37-year-old Kujo Bonsafo Agie Kodie, an international student from Ghana, went out for a morning jog and never came home. Kujo has spent the last 6 months living with the family of one of his friends, Dr. Anthony Kinua, a physics lecturer at Morgan State University. And when Kujo failed to return home that evening, the family grew concerned. That concern evolved into outright fear when the family discovered that Kujo's wallet, ID, and phone were still in the basement.
Okay, so
even if Kujo
definitely they
had
knew
decided
he
to
didn't
go out somewhere
intentionally
without
just
telling
like
the family,
disappear.
there was no chance he would have left
A lot of the
these
time,
items
those
behind.
like
Feeling
I
that something
hear
was
and I
wrong,
read
the
these
Kinuas
stories where it's
called
like,
the
oh yeah,
police.
all of their
They
shit
had
was still
no
home,
idea
but
just how wrong
I leave it like
things
that
were.
sometimes.
Although the police responded immediately
Like,
to the report and sent
I
detectives
don't know. I don't
over
leave
to
my house without
interview
my
the
wallet
Kinua
or my
family
keys
and
or my
search the
phone.
property. Nothing of note was found, apart from a dead fox in a container behind the Kinua's home. This curious finding will later prove integral in the most sickening way. Eventually,
Sickening.
cadaver dogs are brought in to go over the wooded area behind the Kinua's home, but they find nothing. The only thing of note uncovered is the fact that red pepper flakes have been sprinkled on the ground in the
What?
house, specifically in the basement. This is another
Maybe to keep
detail
out the
that
cats
will
or
prove
like,
crucial later.
or
It seemed
not.
like the
I
case
guess.
was rapidly getting cold, but an
Why would-
unexpected
why would there
discovery
be-
was about to change everything.
What the wild?
4 days after Kujo's disappearance, Jared Kinua, the youngest boy in the family, was down in the basement when he found something that made his blood run cold. After confronting his older brother
Made his
Alex
blood
about
run
it, Jared
cold.
told the rest of the family what he'd found, and the police were once again quickly called to the scene. In an interview with detectives, Jared revealed the nightmare he found in the basement.
We're here to talk about an incident that occurred last night. Why don't you go ahead, just in your own words, tell me what happened.
Last night, right before I took a shower, I was gonna go get my laundry bag. So I went down to the basement and I opened the laundry door. And I saw my blanket on top of a box. And as I was lifting the blanket up, I saw two pans for baking. And between them was a cutting board. So I lifted up the pans, and in it I saw 3 different objects, and they were kind of black with some gravy substance looking at them, and it looked like hands and a head. And as soon as I saw that, I really couldn't distinguish whether it was a face or somebody's face I knew or something.
No!
But I looked at it and I stopped myself.
Skin on,
I went
moaning.
upstairs and I asked Alex, come down here. And I asked him, what is it? And he said, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Man, there's a fucking face in one of your pans.
He started avoiding my question.
Alongside interviewing Jared, detectives also spoke with Alex about this disturbing
This picture's
and
super
suspicious
saturated on my
discovery.
fucking
As
monitor.
Alex has read his rights, the interview hits a slight snag.
Already?
To talk to me after being advised of your rights. And that's, again, a yes or a no question. Same thing as the one on top. Okay, and then your initial right there. And, oh, wait, you gotta read that last one. What this one says is, have I threatened you or forced you in any way to make you talk to me?
Yes.
Have I really, or yes or no?
Yes. If I was.
Do you think I did? I did threaten you?
How
'Cause
strange.
I'm not trying to threaten you. If you took it that way.
But I just take it as yes.
Oh, well,
I just take it as a yes.
Well, tell me then how because I don't want you to feel that way. So if you feel that way, I want to make sure you know that I'm not threatening you and I'm not trying to scare you or anything like that.
I'm in a confined room in a undisclosed location with behind a locked door with a CCTV TV.
The door's not locked?
Detectives, I don't know. I'm threatened right now.
Okay, well, let me make you feel a little bit better then. The door is not locked. Okay?
I feel threatened.
We're in. Well, I'm explaining to you, okay?
Whatever. Look at
We're
him.
not in
He's
an
smiling. He
undisclosed
knows what
location.
he's getting
It's
away
like 20 minutes
with.
from where you live. Okay?
Ugh,
It's an
gross.
industrial
I can't stand people
And the
that are
door
this
is
cocky.
not locked, and
Even if you're
I
a
am
criminal,
not
I've
armed.
seen
I
some
don't
of
have
them
a
be
gun
able to
on
kind
me at
of.
all. You can see right there. And neither does that detective.
Though there are different policies, it's
Like,
typically recommended that officers aren't armed in the interrogation room. It helps calm the person being interviewed
Are they
and
armed?
prevents them from saying they were threatened or they were scared.
Wait. Sorry, I think I missed it.
And I am not armed. I don't have a gun on me at all. You can see
Okay.
right
Okay.
there. And neither does.
Dude, they're not armed.
Though
The
there are
worst
different
thing they could do to
policies,
you
it's
is
typically
pin you down.
recommended that officers aren't armed
Just
in the
say, we can't even
interrogation
tase
room.
you.
It helps calm the person being interviewed and prevents them from saying they were threatened or they were scared because the officer was armed. As well, officers don't want to wear a gun in order to lower the chance that someone takes it from
That too,
them.
you're in a confined space. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. Left, right,
I can't
left.
take my mind away. But there's no guns in here. No one wants to threaten you. Okay, so you understand I'm not trying to threaten you.
Right.
Okay.
I'll sign it.
Okay.
Less than 10 minutes into the interview, and Alex is already handling this differently than most people in this situation would. But is this strange behavior an indication that he knows something about Cujo's disappearance?
Can you tell me what happened tonight?
Yes,
He knows something, but he feels like he's confident that they don't know that he knows, which I'm sure they don't.
But this morning I saw it's like a wild dog. I can give you a description for a wild. I'm not saying wild dog. It's like a coyote type. Like they have fur on it. Maybe it had like a less than an inch of fur. But my cat was outside, and I just happened to be upstairs looking outside, and I seen a coyote. So I figured, you know what? I remember catching that fox that was roadkill. So I figured, let me gut it up and try and catch it.
Alex continues to ramble about the wild dog for several minutes, derailing the conversation and giving the officers a lot of seemingly useless information. But
He's
there's
trying to
actually a
fucking
sneaky
distract
reason
you.
he's done this.
You realize what your brother thought, though, right? Or thinks. He thinks that it's pieces of Cujo, is what he thought. Did you
My
realize he thought that?
goodness.
Or you didn't realize so I just said so?
He said that he saw it was something that was black in him. Like he couldn't really describe it, and he said he wasn't sure. And he mentioned it to my father and mother.
Okay.
Nothing but no human skull.
Human what now?
Skull, like human parts or anything. Because he said there's a head, and I said there's a jackal head right there. The coyote forks, and the paws and the inside. I couldn't bring the intestines in because they're already eaten. Right. So it's just paws.
Wait. Hold on. Did he just like confess?
He said,
Did you realize he thought that? Or you didn't realize I just said so?
he said that he saw it was something that was blacking him. Like he couldn't really describe it, and he said he wasn't sure. And he mentioned it to my father and mother.
Okay.
Nothing but no human skull.
Human what now?
Skull. A human
Uh-huh.
Because he said there was a head, and I said there's a jackal head right there. The coyote forks. And the paws and the inside. I couldn't bring the intestines in because they're already eaten.
Right.
So it's just parts of it. And besides, I wanted to skin it, try to make like a dream catcher.
Were they parts of Cujo?
No. But the dogs that came out today, they were searching and everything. I'm sure they'll pick the scent, you know.
Alex is incredibly
That's
confident when
insane.
he uses the cadaver dogs to assert his innocence. But
Yeah,
why
like,
is he so
they
sure
didn't
the
smell
dogs
me,
won't
so
pick up a scent in
obviously
the
I had nothing
basement?
to do with it. That's
One obvious
crazy.
explanation actually has to do with the red pepper flakes that were found scattered throughout the floor of the basement. It's a
Yeah, what the
commonly
fuck is
believed
this?
yet disproven myth that red pepper flakes can fool cadaver dogs into not smelling human
Shut
remains.
the fuck
What they
up.
can do is potentially burn the
Yeah,
dog's nose,
oh my
but this would
babies.
still not prevent them from indicating remains if there were any. However,
Yeah,
as will
because,
later be uncovered, there is
listen,
a far more
hold on.
sickening reason that the dogs did.
Hold on. Before I move forward, just so you know, I feel like I keep learning these things, but like if you make pasta, for example, and you throw in garlic, thyme, and basil, my dog can smell garlic, thyme, and basil. I smell pasta sauce that has literally been seasoned, right? I have a German Shepherd, right? We all know Cooper, our silly little man. Cooper is he's a GSD, funny little guy, right? He can smell literally everything. He follows paths of dogs that literally like leave minutes before him. So this is first horrible abuse towards the dog that he knew what he was doing. He wanted to throw them off. Second of all, this wasn't gonna like throw him up and like throw them off. Like, this is so stupid.
Didn't pick up on anything in the Kinua home. Still, it's entirely possible Alex believed the myth about red pepper, especially given some of his self-recorded videos.
Now the question is about planning and thinkable, because now how are the new powers going to use nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons?
What?
Sooner or later, the countryside is going to be torn in battlefields. It already is in battlefields. It's slowly erupting.
Protect your neck. Nobody is safe, no matter where you are. It could be even in your own room. It could be even in your own school. It could be in anywhere.
It could be in anywhere.
Human parts. He's been around animals. He said you guys used to cut up animals back on the farm or something like that.
We've cut up goats not far from here, no.
But he seems to think that what he saw tonight were human parts as opposed to animal.
Well, I showed him the carcass that I actually had, so.
He's just confused, you think?
I would say he's confused. He's very smart.
Alex quickly steals a glance at the detectives after saying this, potentially trying to measure their reaction to his self-contradictory response. With Alex adamantly sticking to his story about the cut-up animal parts, detectives decide to switch gears.
You know where Cujo's at?
After he mentioned his case, because I remember several years ago, he had a charge.
Of what kind?
I don't know the details specific.
Uh-huh.
That's the only details I know of this case. And
So he's a criminal.
Even when he went to immigration.
Alex's rambling can also be seen many times throughout his strange and disturbing vlogs.
The sun is sky. The sun is very powerful. Energy, the solar flares it can deliver to this planet itself. It can knock out every electronics, every mechanical, electromechanical apparatuses around the world, even in the sky itself. Airplanes will not fly. Cell phone towers knocked out.
In an attempt.
Wait, say it again, buddy.
Knock out solar. Sun and sky.
Yeah, it is. Congrats.
Is very powerful. Energy, the solar flares that can deliver to this planet itself. You knock out every electronics, every mechanical, electromechanical apparatuses around the world, even in the sky itself. Airplanes will not fly. Cell phone towers knocked out.
In an attempt to deal with Alex's knack
Okay.
for rambling, the detectives decide to be direct with him.
I got some delusions for sure.
No.
You cut him up?
No.
Me? Look at that face. Look at me? No.
I've seen morticians do that.
Right. I mean,
How?
curiosity to do it yourself.
Sorry.
No. The curiosity, my curiosity does not extend that far. I've been exposed to body parts at an early age. I've seen people's brains blown out. I've seen people dead and everything.
Where is that?
You know about shockumentaries?
Oh. On TV.
Shock Extreme. What the fuck is a shockumentary?
I don't know what you mean. Shockumentaries is a TV program?
Shockumentary, yeah. Some of them are on internet.
Sensing that they're not going to get anything useful from Alex, detectives end the interview and conduct a search of the Kinua home, completely unaware of the horror they were about to walk into. In the basement, officers retrieved the charred aluminum roasting pans that had allegedly had human remains in them. Not far from the pans were what appeared to be
I think
clippings
the
of
worst
short,
part is,
dark
like,
hair that had been wrapped in a paper towel and thrown in a wastebasket. In the laundry room, they find a roasting bag that
Sorry,
could
this is
usually
just
be
so
used
much.
for poultry, scarred by the same charred residue seen in the pan, and treated with an oily cleaner.
No, you didn't put it in the
they
chicken
also
bag.
found a camo t-shirt with what appeared to be bloodstains down the front. But this is only the beginning of the disturbing discoveries.
Dude, there's more.
Alex's bedroom
Where else are you
is
gonna
locked
cook
with
a fucking
deadbolt and
person?
marked with a wooden sign reading,
Wait.
Either some greater force of terror than death must be devised, or death will not be enough for coercion.
Observe the sunlight, the shadows.
Okay. That dude, it's blurry as fuck.
In Alex's bedroom, officers find the shockumentaries he mentioned, as well as multiple leather whips, a large hunting knife, and 2 machetes.
That's the,
These discoveries are overshadowed by what the officers find next.
Going to bed for
On
the
the
night.
underside
Streaks,
of Alex's
streak
mattress
snow
is a
or whatever.
massive bloodstain. One so large that officers immediately theorize that whoever the blood belongs to is almost certainly dead.
Okay, from the
While they weren't
blur,
able to
that's a
find the body
large
parts that
pool,
Jarrett
and to
claimed
know
to
that
have
that
seen,
definitely is sunk
everything
into the
else the
mattress.
officers found in the
Must smell
basement
nasty
points
as fuck
towards Alex
too.
being involved in Cujo's death. Eager to find out the truth behind this mystifying case, detectives sat back down with Alex for another interview. His explanation for the blood is shocking, to say the least.
You denying Chris. Again, we're not here to break confession from you or anything like that. One of the things that I asked you is I'm going to learn about you, right? Because let me explain why. There is psychology to that, and I'm going to tell you why. Because let's say that someone robs a bank, and I find out that this person has a wife that's dying of cancer. It's like the same as a guy that comes in wearing a mask and puts a gun in somebody's head because he wants to get a party out with that money. Are they the same 2 people? The crime is a crime.
Already, this detective appears to be taking a more strategic approach than the previous detectives, setting the stage for a conversation that will make Alex actually want to confess. One way he does this is by quickly introducing the idea that committing a crime does not make someone evil, and that certain people may commit crimes for reasons that are morally justified. The officer doesn't believe this, but is saying it to try to get Alex to admit to something. Unlike in his last interview, however, the detectives are ready for his rambling.
Do you know what forensic science is all about? I don't believe what TV says too much about.
Let's go. Spill how you're a fucking maniac.
Do you believe that deoxyribonucleic acid is an indicator to identify
DNA?
You can say because you have the X and Y chromosomes, and you can also identify.
Wait, what do you mean can play? Hold on.
Deoxyribonucleic acid is an indicator to identify who an individual is?
He can play because
Okay. Oh, it can play a part. Okay.
and you can also identify, the genome
That's-
sequence from it.
He is a.
So you
Okay.
can tell the difference between the blood of a fox and the blood of a human being.
Yes,
What do you think the blood on your mattress showed?
that's a blood from period.
Period blood. Oh, that's how I know he's a man.
What woman would that be?
Oh, she doesn't say anymore.
What about the blood that was in
That's a lot of fucking blood. If you are bleeding that much on your period, go see a doctor.
What if I told you that it wasn't? What if I told you that that was human blood?
Oh, then I have to show you exactly what's it dried up with, especially.
There's a little bit of both.
Oh, still fresh.
Either that was planted there because I did have the fox there with my father told me that he told us to take that out of the house.
What do you mean?
So we take it out because it was kind of small.
It was planted there.
So I took it out.
While searching Alex's
crying.
room, police discovered a journal that contained extensive notes on how detectives
found
and
what?
suspects commonly behave in interrogations. Some of his notes included, quote, "The capacity for resistance is diminished by disorientation. The end of an interrogation should be planned before questioning starts. The kinds of questions asked, the methods employed, and even the goals sought may be shaped by what will happen when the end is reached. The poorest interrogations are those that trail off into an inconclusive nothingness. The successful interrogation of a strongly resistant source ordinarily involves two key processes: the calculated regression of the interrogatee and the progression of an acceptable rationalization. If these two steps have been taken, it becomes very important to clinch the new tractability by means of conversion. In other words, a subject who has finally divulged the information sought, and who is given a reason for divulging which saves his self-esteem, his conscience, or both, will often be in a mood to take the final step of accepting the interrogator's values. His journal could explain in part why Alex keeps derailing the officer's questions.
So, what'd you say?
What are you saying? No, I didn't do anything.
Tendency. I wouldn't necessarily say to be department, but you can speak to every witness or even people who
Well, you know I'm speaking to you because you knew him very well.
No, I did not. No, I did not. I knew of him. I did not know him well. He never
Did not
showed me
have
the
sexual
personal
relations with that woman.
up until he got incarcerated. After then, he started talking. He came out much more like something different.
In 2007, 5 years earlier, Cujo was accused of assaulting a female graduate student at Morgan State
Oh.
University, the same school Alex currently attends, and trying to scare her into dating him by obtaining her social security number and phone number. Cujo wasn't only expelled from the school, but he was found guilty of a fourth-degree offense, stalking, harassment, and sentenced to 18 months in prison. Toward the end of his sentence, Cujo's visa was revoked and he was sent to a federal facility in Texas. Dr. Kenua, Alex's father, helped Cujo find legal representation. After his release, Cujo moved in with the Kenuas. Although Alex is stating that he doesn't know if Cujo is violent, that's not quite true. He referenced Cujo's case in the previous interview, and even went so far as to say that Cujo talked to the Kenuas about it.
You know where Cujo's at?
After he mentioned his case, because I remember several years ago, he had a charge. He mentioned something to my brother about the woman who got him in trouble, something like that.
Alex seems to be downplaying Cujo's dark past, and it could be because he has an unsavory past of his own.
So,
Downplaying.
you yourself were caught up in a situation not too long ago at college where you were accused of an act of violence. If I wasn't there, I don't know the circumstances behind it.
Let me just break it down real quick.
Sure, if you want to.
Well, I could be in a body bag right now. That's how I look at it. I stay with people who want to jeopardize our college experience and also
Wait,
our
hold on.
education.
Okay.
just happened to be in the mix of it. I could have moved. I should have moved actually, but because of that person and their behavior, which jeopardized my safety, bringing people at known times, and then pinpointing rumors on me. I never seen rumors feed threats, so I had to defend my life.
They let him cook, and apparently he ended up cooking his cousin.
The only fact is that I went about it because I didn't go outside to look for him. He came to look for me. He came to our party, and he could have been off, and he is off sometimes.
So your perception is you stopped the threat. He was a threat, and you had to stop that threat. I think that's a fair assessment. Don't you? Okay.
Before Alex had returned home from college, right before Cujo's disappearance, he spent a few days behind bars. Police spoke with Alex's roommate Devin Keys about Alex's strange behavior leading up to the incident.
Hello? This is Devin. Hey, sir, it's Detective Lane. So, like I was telling you before, I wanted to talk to you about Alex, and you were his roommate on a daily basis?
Lived with him.
Okay. How long had you guys been living together?
We've been in the same dorm for 2 years, but that was my first year actually living in the same room with him.
Now, were you a friend to Alex, or you guys just lived together?
Yeah, I was a friend of his.
Okay.
In the last couple years, had his behavior changed at all?
His behavior started changing in, I'll say, about December or January of this last year.
Okay. What kind of things did you see that made you think his behavior was changing?
Well, he just started acting different.
People could have been united. You shouldn't mistake with something. And me. Why? Why did they let that go?
Did you ever see him have a
Wait.
Started acting different.
People could have been united. You shouldn't mistake with something. And me. Why?
Okay.
Why did they let that go?
Oh no, did he get religious occupation too?
Did you ever see him have a
Special forces, accelerated learning for the 21st century.
Medical skeleton type of thing?
Yeah, he had one of those.
He had one of those? Now, when did he start carrying that around?
I'll say around March, maybe.
Did he ever do anything in his rooms that were strange or out of the ordinary?
He had weird videos.
Okay, the documentaries he was talking about.
He would, like chanting books or something like that.
Chanting books?
I call them chanting books because they're not like normal. Well, I don't want to say normal religious books, but I would say something kind of like voodoo, I guess.
Voodoo kind of
Voodoo.
Yeah.
The videos you're speaking of, what kind of videos would they be?
War videos, like torture, stuff along that end.
Other people who knew Alex also noticed a change in his behavior. Alongside carrying a medical skeleton around, Alex started going by the nickname Mufasa. The latter fact became known when an RA had responded to a situation in which someone going by the name Mufasa had broken a window in an apartment building. But this wasn't the incident that resulted in Alex's time in jail.
Mufasa?
The young man he assaulted down there at your dorm room, did him and that young man have a problem? Like, was there kind of tension between the two of them, or did it surprise you that he did that?
It surprised me because, like, just the other couple of days before it happened, like, they were just talking about regular stuff, and then that happened.
In an exclusive interview with Ewu, Joshua Caesar, the man that Alex attacked, talks about his close call with death.
I knew Kenua as an acquaintance. We both went to the same school together, Morgan State University.
I love that they always get these interviews with people that they knew.
After graduation and decided to wait for her at the apartment where Alex also happened to live.
And when I walked through that door, as soon as I crossed the threshold, I heard what I know to be God at this point now. Put your arm up. I felt something waving over me. And so I put my arm up, and underneath my arm, I could see a man standing there with a black sheet over his head, and I was knocked unconscious.
The man in the black sheet was none other than Alex Kenua. Alex had attacked Joshua with a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire and chains.
I woke up in the back of the house.
Fortunately, Joshua's friends, Mac and Meriwether, were nearby to intervene before things took an even deadlier turn.
Mac opened the door. He says, "Stay in here. Don't go anywhere." I said, "What happened?" He said, "Stay here." And he closed
Just
the
stay
door.
here. Like if somebody's telling you, like, don't move and they're protecting you.
Dun, 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 dun. And commotion. I didn't know what was going on out there still to that time. Matt came back inside and he said, "Come out." When I came out, there was blood all over the place. And I didn't realize at that time it was mine.
With no memory of the attack, Joshua had to ask his friends about what happened that day.
He said, well, Max said, we were playing the game when we heard a scream, a shriek. We ignored it. So Meriwether said, nope, that didn't sound right. And opened the door, and he saw Kenya was standing over top of me with a knife. There was a struggle and a fight over my body. That noise and commotion I said that I heard in the restroom that I was waiting in till Max said to come back out was them fighting off Kenya a second time from coming in to get back to me.
Mac and Meriwether bravely fought off Alex until he fled to a nearby wooded area. He was found by campus police shortly after and charged with assault and reckless endangerment. After paying a bond of $220,000, Alex's family brought him home on May 23rd, 2 days before Cujo went missing. Joshua's injuries included a shoulder fracture and multiple skull fractures. He also lost sight in his left eye permanently. Joshua credits his survival to his friends that protected him from Alex and the campus police officers that kept him awake after losing so much blood. As horrific as the attack on Joshua was, it was far from the only incident involving Alex.
Yeah. I beat off on your bed and I jerked off and I squashed on it. You got something to say, man? You can look at it on your bed. Hope you have a good night's sleep. DP on them freaks. Super freak, huh? You like them super freaks? So I got you one. It's all over your bed. Playing games out here. Who's playing with you? Nobody's playing with you. Matter of fact, I don't even have the respect to be called no more. So this will fucking happen so that you keep doing that shit again, that shit's gonna keep happening. Listen, next time shit will be that. Here's what's gonna happen. See your fucking clothes? Go look in your bed. Look, I left you fucking surprises. That's just me.
Devin also had some insight into this incident between Alex
Oh my God, I meant
and
to
a
say, did
fellow
he shit on
Morgan
the bed?
State student.
Are you familiar with something when Alex maybe went into somebody's bedroom, did something on their bed? Did you hear that story?
Oh, yes, I heard that story.
Okay, who told you about that, Alex or somebody else?
He told me.
And what did he tell you?
He said that somebody disrespected him, so he disrespected them in return.
No.
Did he tell you what he did?
He went to the guy's bedroom and on that bed.
Did he tell you how they disrespected him in
Oh,
the first place?
shit.
No, he wouldn't tell me that.
Came on the bed.
Okay.
What?
Do you think there really was
Oh my
an argument
God.
between him and that gentleman, or you think this is just something he was imagining?
I would say it was something that he either imagined or he just took out of hand.
It wasn't just Alex's
maybe a
friends
bit
who
of
had to deal
both.
with his baseless accusations.
Hey, right now, I'm following somebody who I thought was watching over here getting a phone call. Not even him. See right there? Or in the world will make sense.
All the names are put on the board. Now, as it tells the story, and then unfolds in the scarecrow and the sand.
Well, I'd be afraid if I knew what the name said. Dixon? Does that say Dixon?
This is another love report because people are first getting out. They're infected with a virus that is going to get them, and the dream is turned to a nightmare. Very few will survive.
Based
Very
on
few
his
will
self-recorded videos and the accounts from those who knew him, it seems like Alex's aggression was ramping up during March, April, and May of 2012.
Sorry, I just got a buzz
before
ball
finally
open.
culminating in the terrifying attack on Joshua Caesar. All of these incidents involve Alex taking extreme actions based on perceptions that have no basis in reality. Realizing that this could be a possible motivation for Alex to have killed Cujo, the detectives dive into trying to uncover the truth behind Cujo's disappearance. Nothing can prepare them for what Alex eventually reveals.
The issue of Morgan State, that guy, you perceived him to be a threat.
It's not good.
And you perceived him to be a threat. And then I asked you if Cujo was a threat, and you initially, like, no, like, I don't really even know. Well, if he was involved in terrorist activities, if he was involved with bad people or bad things that were going on, and he's living at your parents' home, under their roof, with your siblings and yourself, how would you not say that he's not a threat?
Like Cujo's case, as far as for him staying with our family, he stayed with our family before. He has done what he has to do, and that's when he, after he got arrested and all that, his behavior shifted.
But you're so vague about that.
No, what I mean is that his behavior shifted is as far as for how he went about his business. It's more so, people can't tell you much more whether he was much more involved with people or less more introverted.
Alex seems to be having difficulty explaining himself the more the detective engages with his logic. Perhaps it's growing harder for him to make denials. Alex then alleges something about Cujo that's somehow even more shocking than anything else revealed so far.
When you start connecting the pieces together, to me, it made more sense that, he's trying to get himself back up on his feet. However, at the same time, he may not necessarily be doing that, He may have some other ulterior motives. And especially speaking to my mother, and who mentioned earlier that he's having troubles going to the basement to use the washer. And I spoke to him. I said, if Cujo put his hands on him, and that's when I knew that something was wrong, and then I just went ahead and just fixed it. I didn't know something, but something that happened. I don't think anything happened.
How do you feel about that?
I don't feel nothing.
It doesn't make you angry?
Anger's a weakness.
Anger's a weakness. So you admit to being weak to being angry.
Getting wise, stopping the threat.
Stopping the threat could be something.
The pain is coming. The pain is going.
Oh God, here we go.
But now it's flowing. They fucking saw it.
Let's go.
Got their mouths zipped up because they know when they up, it's gonna get zipped up and thrown across the cut. The cut is sorted. The good is sorted out. The body's moving down it, but then now it's so distorted.
Listen, you are responsible for what happened to Cujo. As far as his death goes, why you committed that act, they caused that. That's what I need to understand.
I do know that he has been manipulated and taking advantage of my father's good heart and my family's kindness.
You're not going to stand for that. Is that fair?
Right. And on top of that, he also gives us signs, like I say, classifiers.
But he's like, the whole time, he's basically fucking, like, blaming everyone else. He's dangerous. He does this bad, and he does this.
And he sat directly next to the library where I have those type of books there. And every time I noticed, he would go through them and he would look at me like, he would give me a certain look. He would give me a look like he doesn't want me to find something. He's hiding something. So every time I would come downstairs, he would rush to hide something. Like, what is he hiding? What is he doing? Whenever I went to my room, my things were moving around. So he was definitely in my room.
Maybe he just forgot that he was in his own room. Do not blank touch my stack without or suffer sorry something sad like. You suffer what?
This is it. I asked Cujo to put his hands on.
Stack. Or suffer sorry, sweetly, silently, and sadly. That's a little, he's a little unhinged. He's a little silly, you know?
Put his hands. Thought about it, or dreamt about it.
So, was this something that you planned, or was it fairly when you confronted him?
I didn't confront him. I told him already that night.
Tell me,
I mean,
what did you say?
I spoke to him briefly, arranged my side of the room. Made him take all his shit to one corner, put all my stuff there, fixed up everything. And I just asked him some brief questions because he started working out and all that, trying to do his muscles and all that.
He's a really good liar. Well, not really, because you can't believe a word coming out of his mouth, but he's really good at making an explanation for everything.
I mean, this confession.
So how did you kill him?
I won't say I killed him. Now,
Tell me asking you that though.
so basically, I spoke to him. That was it.
And then what did you do?
After speaking to him,
did you hit him with a hatchet? Did you hit him with a pipe?
Both. Both. Damn it. Go into detail. Make it juicy. If you're confessing, make it good.
With this proclamation, Alex has fully admitted that he believes he killed Cujo in order to protect his family.
That's like delusional, like genuinely.
So again, you're a logical, well thought man, right? Who was there when you took his life? Just you and him? Because he can't talk.
Just as the detectives start to make progress, things take a turn for the bizarre.
I talked to dead people.
Well, right now, I'm not interested in talking to anyone down. I'm only interested in one person, and that's Alex. That's my only interest.
Whether or not Alex genuinely believes that he can somehow communicate with the dead, the phrasing and tone of his retort, as well as the fact that he's bringing this up unprompted in a serious murder
Okay, but he's
investigation,
also trying to play a little bit of
arguably
crazy
betrays his
too.
intent to be defiant. He doesn't want to roll over just yet. Detectives have to once again do their best to get
I
him
think
on
he's just
track.
trying to run them in circles like he said he would in that journal.
A threat to your family. There was a point in time where a decision was made by you that this has got to stop. This is going to end right here. There's two things I don't know. Is it something that was a spontaneous because of something that you did? Or is this something that you said, this is how I'm going to fix this problem?
It wasn't spontaneous. I look at it as Cujo, when he started doing the things he did, started moving from house to house, and I knew that something was up. And his personality, just based on his character analysis that I was conducting, I was like, something's about to go, and I need to be with my family.
Period. Done. It was me or him.
I just played some music.
That's fucking wild. Okay, I killed someone to protect my whole family, but then I went to work.
But I need you to explain to me how you went to work.
You've been able to see it and a tape recorder.
After hours of grueling investigation and interrogations, Alex is finally willing to give up the details of this crime. However, no one was prepared for the depths of his depravity, nor the stomach-churning reality of what happened to Cujo Codier. It seems the officers take Alex outside for a cigarette and continue recording the audio of his disturbing confession.
Where did Cujo want to go? You're not gonna find him. Can you tell me? I can direct you to one. Okay, where is it? It's right under your nose. Not at the police station, I hope. No. Okay, wait. Well, one is in my stomach, but... Is it in your what? In your stomach? coming?
Are you fasting? Are you starving? Are you hungry? What's going on? You want to go eat food, you want to go eat food. You're wrong, man.
What part was that? What part was hot?
As startling as this admission is, Alex isn't done with the horrifying reveals.
All right, what you got for us?
Yesterday, the other body parts, are they? Can you give me an idea where they are? You might be able to know. You might find them. Did you put them in the rest of the body? Is it the rest of the body itself? You just cut out certain parts, or so that's dissected. That's dissected. So you just.
What charges am I facing right now? I mean, I'm already facing 30 years. So, what charges
30 fucking years.
What charges will you be facing? Well, from what you're telling me, you took his life, yes? Okay. So,
Okay, and
I know it was rhetorical. I shouldn't have said that. Did you take his life?
I mean, he's not in existence. Okay. I could have helped him fake his death.
Well, obviously, that would be murder charges. I mean, you're a smart guy. I mean, you know what they're basically going to be.
I thought that was gonna get him out of it.
If you can tell me, are there pieces of Cujo in and around in or around your house? Excuse me. Is that a yes?
You looking for his head?
Yes.
Well, his head is taken care of.
Is it in the? How is it taken care of? Can you tell me any more than that?
His head is. Do you have anybody at the house right now? Can you get him on the phone?
Sure.
Through the phone, Alex guides the officer to his gruesome leftovers.
This is gonna be nasty. What a beautiful house too.
It has like glass shelves on it. You see the white shelves? Now go to the bottom, move the box of books over there. At the bottom of the cabinet, move the boxes and open
This is fucking crazy.
Open one of the shelves. Do you see a bag of charcoal? Go ahead and open it. Do you see it? Okay.
What is inside the bag? What exactly?
That's the only part.
That's the only part.
That's it.
After recovering Cujo's severed hands and head, the officers were set on retrieving the rest of his remains.
Bro,
Alex
he
revealed
ate
that he
him.
disposed of it in the dumpster of a nearby church.
What
And went
rest?
so far as to brag that the chances of recovering it were slim to none. However, when officers investigated the dumpster for themselves,
He ate
they discovered
those
2 duffel bags
body
inside,
parts.
infested with maggots. As they tried to remove one of the bags, it tore, and the officers were forced to watch in silent horror as Cujo's torso slid out and hit the pavement.
Oh, I have to laugh because this is crazy.
I'll put the same report on the table, okay?
I teared up a little bit.
If you can, since Tom wasn't sitting here just a second ago, just run through that with what you're telling the other detective.
Hello?
Alex begins eagerly recounting a story so disgusting and despicable, it far outshines everything
Thank
the
you,
detectives have learned
Nuke
thus far.
Jude
Alex
CA
no
or
longer
Nuke
has anything to
Judica?
hide, and as a
Did I get that
consequence, he
right?
finally
Thank you for
discusses
the
in detail what
follow.
happened the night he slaughtered Cujo. And it's more horrifying than anyone
Welcome,
imagined.
welcome, welcome. Hope you're enjoying our crime night today. I'm digesting it, I think. As best I can. This buzzball is killing me. I am only halfway through it. I'm trying to.
And then what did you do, Alex? Well, that night, I know he's into gospel and everything, so.
Sorry, it's a good drink.
And then
Not expecting to spend my night watching crime, but here I am. Well, welcome. Me either. I honestly expected to be playing Elden Ring, but I got too angry. So no. What was that? Oh, sorry, that wasn't me. That was something else I was listening to. Oops.
Twice. And after that, I let him bleed out. And took his heart off. After took his heart off.
Dude, this is crazy.
This complete lack of emotion.
He's
is
talking
deeply
about it like
disturbing.
if he's
But then
fucking
again,
butchering
not
like
quite
a
as
regular
disturbing as his
chicken.
choice to play Cujo's favorite music while butchering him.
What?
Was he trying to give Cujo a final moment of peace?
It's okay,
before his
murder me to
execution?
Harry Styles and I'll be
Or was he
fine.
mocking his victim before sending him to his grave?
This is
Regardless,
crazy.
this sick preparation must have given Alex time to pause, to reconsider his actions, or even to selfishly consider that his next act would alter the course of his own life for good. But
Oh,
given that he chose
after
to
that,
stand
it
over
altered
Cujo
his
in
life.
these
No!
moments, it seems more likely that Alex enjoyed this part of the process as well. He then proceeded to swing the same long-handle axe he used to cut trees into Cujo's face.
Ooh.
Then cut him up the way he would the animals he trapped in his backyard.
Okay, wait, hold on. He was trapping animals in his backyard and nobody fucking said anything.
Just walk. I mean, did you program anything? Wrapped him up in a bag.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Okay.
he said, un poquito de caldito al lado, like fucking a little bit of soup on the side.
Any particular reason down the church? Was there any particular reason that you did that? Honest about it. There was an issue with your brother. Finally.
This motherfucker said, I'll put barbecue sauce on that. That tastes fine.
He doesn't know, so probably smart enough. Like you are really smart.
Okay.
Not that smart, but
Okay, 1 second. Hold on. He was the reason he got reported was because this guy's face was literally on the aluminum. What do you mean he's a pretty smart guy? If you like, imagine doing your whole face full of makeup caked up and you put it on a fucking white pillow. You're gonna see the fucking impression of a face. If you are cooking a head and put it on aluminum without butter or anything, because obviously this guy just went in for a fucking raw, the face is gonna be left behind. What do you mean he's a little smart? Oh my god.
Doesn't know the circumstances behind it because sometimes his judgment calls him. He may not have seen because when I'm not around, he's the second, at least say the second in charge. And if he can't recognize the threats on his own family, then what is he going to do?
But it wouldn't. But what were the threats? He hasn't gone into detail. I'm sure there weren't any other than like.
Are you insane?
I mean, this guy must have been on the verge of a break, and what happened? What the other guy did? Wait.
Towards society. But basically, what I do is ancient, right? I'm getting rid of scum. And that's the way you look at Cujo. That's ancient justice.
Ancient justice.
Though Alex may be basking in his crime, he seems lucid and afraid of punishment enough to minimize his own sentence by recommending he be remanded to a psychiatric facility.
But he's not
Even
wrong.
with everything he's revealed so far, Alex still had one last sickening detail to share.
What else? Come on, drop it.
This was totally symbolic on your part. You're cooking its head and hands. You removed the sands from his body so that they could not touch anyone anymore. I guess his head disgusted you, and you wanted to deform the head.
Okay, yeah, because he took this axe straight to the head. I thought.
Eat some of them.
Now, I was under the impression that a lot of these rituals that are done to preserve the head and honor it, or like fucking dispose of it in a bad way so that it hurts them in the future or in the afterlife, the head was meant to be kept intact because pain should be experienced as a whole or whatever. I don't know, don't quote me on that, but the fact that he went in and damaged it afterwards feels like he came to consciousness at some point between this psychotic break and actually like was like, I either can't look at his face, or he's like psychotic in the way where he was like, if I take or remove his face, this is going to be so much cooler and so much better.
He made his heart. That's when he wanted it.
Eat your heart out, hunty.
I tasted some of it. It's tasted like with some barbecue sauce.
Look, what did I tell you? Stop. I covered my mouth, that's why the fucking tracking got lost. The motherfucker said, so I put some barbecue sauce on it. I was gonna make it better. It's like, did you use barbecue? And he was like, maybe. I'm crying. I'm like actually crying. Like, this is really horrible that this happened to this person. He said, I put some barbecue sauce on it. Like, nothing. It tasted whatever.
Did you use some barbecue sauce? It's spice, Old Bay spice.
Old Bay too? Not the Old Bay.
Justice is served. That's
Justice is served with a side of
sickening as this
barbecue
reveal
sauce and a
is,
bit of
it
Old
also
Bay
could potentially
seasoning.
answer one of the remaining questions. The police brought cadaver dogs to the Kinua home, and they did not indicate that there were any human remains. And yet, Alex had butchered and eaten parts of Cujo in the home, and he had a blood-covered mattress in his room. The reason the dogs didn't pick up on the scent could be due to the dog's training and experience, as well as the training and expertise of the handler. If a dog is not well trained, or if the dog is being used in a situation for which it is not trained, such as live detection versus human remains detection, the dog is likely to fail. It's also important to note that by cooking and seasoning the body parts, much of the scent of the remains was destroyed.
Shut up.
The dogs look for things like skin cells, and cooking would destroy them, potentially throwing off the dog's ability to detect the remains. However, alone, spices and cooking will not prevent a properly trained dog and handler team from finding
But they can smell things individually, so it
After
doesn't.
nearly 6 hours total of interrogation, detectives
Sauerkraut.
may just now be
Boo.
meeting the
Boo
real
about
Alex
what?
Kinua.
I mean, this is we have done thousands of times, millions of times. I mean,
Sauerkraut, we got emotes. I think I have follower emotes. You guys gonna be able to use them.
I can't afford to lose my family's body, so
It's a beautiful day outside. It's a very beautiful day.
Ugh.
For me here, no matter what the mission, it's always coming back. Because always the mission is first. That's so skulls are getting cracked. No. Skulls are getting extracted. Their brains are getting extracted. You know what happens when skulls get extracted? Their brains get sucked out, their noses.
That's not how that happens, but okay.
Following his confession, Alexander Kinua was charged with first-degree murder and weapon carrying. Prior to a trial, he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, and in August of 2013, he pleaded guilty but not criminally responsible. He was then indefinitely remanded to a state psychiatric facility.
Yeah, that's
Though he was
exactly.
deemed
What is
unfit
this
to
you're
stand
watching? I'm
trial,
watching
It is possible
crime.
that he could be deemed competent in the future. Alex also pleaded guilty but not criminally responsible for the assault of Joshua Caesar.
Oh, so he did assault the friend. Okay, so the story that he said was about himself. It wasn't about Cujo. That's fucking crazy. Anyways, we are watching crime tonight. I'm going to reintroduce
following
myself
footage
here
of
real
killer
quick. Hi,
Richard
everybody. I
Samuel
am
McCroskey
Maddie.
has
There's a lot
never
of
been
you
seen
today in chat.
Alright, so I'm making in this
So
video.
how did he get
because-
caught? Okay, so at the beginning, and we'll look at it real quick here.
Cruel monster took pleasure in the
Also want to
heinous
watch. We'll pick another one to watch. So basically, he lives in this house with all their family or whatever, and the guy that he killed was like a family member, I believe, and basically another family member, which was also kind of semi head of the house other than the elders, came around and saw this aluminum fucking thing, and he said, oh, there's a face on it. Like, hold on. So this was the guy that they killed, Cujo Bonsafa Aguirre Cody. I hope I said that right. And so basically someone in his family, like they all lived together, and called them, was like, hey, there's like somebody's face imprinted on this aluminum baking tin. What do I do? Yes, like the outline of the face. Like imagine caking up your face with makeup as a little old lady and just like throwing it up against a piece of white sheets. Like that's like kind of what came out of it. Like that's, first of all, why aren't you throwing away the dishes that you cooked in, especially if they're disposable? Like this is fucking crazy. Like why? Like this guy honestly could have not really avoided getting caught, because I'm sure there are other things that would have been giving off like a scent or something, but the fact that on top of that he goes, but like he was crazy. Like Cujo Man's over here was like wild, you know? Oh, hold on, capture cursor.
failed to return home that evening.
Oh.
The family grew concerned.
Or not.
That concern evolved into outright fear when the
I
family
fucked it up.
discovered.
Uh-oh. Fix it. Anyways.
That Cookie Pants
And
would have
also-
left these items behind. Feeling
Sorry, I spilled some of the drink. Anyways. Yeah, this guy's fucking crazy. Like, not this guy, but like... Okay, well, they don't say here, but anyways, fucking guy, like, how do you think that, like, leaving somebody's entire face, like, imprinted on a fucking aluminum tin isn't gonna give you away? All right, let's see. What are we feeling? What are we feeling? Do I really want to continue with Iwu, or do I want to go to a different channel? Actually, Iwu history. What do we got here? Ugh. Fortnite ass font. History sounds good. It does. Whoa, Chernobyl. I love stories on Chernobyl. Maybe we could watch something.
There are persistent reports of livestock being infected, of animals born with extraordinary deformities.
Growing numbers of children are suffering from leukemia
And we'll
or
go back to
genetic
crime.
deformities, which doctors connect to the disaster.
Have
This
you guys
month,
watched the
8-year-old
Chernobyl show?
Sergei went into intensive care.
10 out of 10
suffering
would
from
recommend.
Cancer and blood poisoning. 24 hours later, he was dead.
Over 30 years ago,
Oh,
the world's worst
I'll fucking
nuclear
drop
disaster sent radioactive material hundreds of miles from the destroyed nuclear power plant.
I'll drop the link for the IMDb so you guys know what I'm talking about. It's literally just called Chernobyl. Chernobyl?
As I'm sure you immediately guessed, we're talking about Chernobyl. But today's discussion won't be
It's a
about the
mini-series.
dramatic events of the notorious incident, nor the locals who were pushed out of their homes by the disaster. Today we're taking a look at the residents of Chernobyl who never got to leave and are now surviving against all odds. The animals. We'll be showing some of the most shocking and disturbing rare photos of the
Guys, I'm
radiation's
also, just so you know, I'm gonna make an announcement. Oh shit,
So
I'm gonna
if
be
you're
making an
animal
announcement
lover or
on
easily
my thing,
squeamish, then this video
so that
might be hard to watch.
actually my mod will take care of that. I'm gonna make an announcement putting
These are
like the new
Chernobyl
emotes
lambs.
out so you
Their
guys can
mothers
see
were
them. I
born
don't know.
when the radioactive plume from the burning Russian reactor arrived over Britain. 2 years on, the lambs too have been contaminated. Radioactive cesium. Farmers like Dennis Halliday blame the Ministry of Agriculture for waiting 7 weeks before warning them of the danger to their flocks.
In those 7 weeks before restrictions were imposed, irradiated mutton went into the food chain, and this shouldn't have occurred. Now, if you have thousands of sheep going into the food chain, then obviously hundreds of thousands of human beings have actually been, if you like, subjected to eating contaminated mutton.
It is alleged that more than 50,000 sheep, which had been grazing on contaminated pastures, reached the shops before the Ministry of Agriculture decided to act.
When we think about the damage caused by Chernobyl, we often picture cases like this, in which young children, unable to develop properly, suffer from deformed limbs. Perhaps even more disturbing are cases like this. Although this photo looks like it shows a very young child, it is reported to actually depict a 15-year-old boy born with severe birth defects who lives in a facility with about 170 children and teenagers with similar conditions not far from zones contaminated with radiation. Some sources claim that after Chernobyl, congenital birth defects actually increased by 250%. However, still other sources, such as a study that The Guardian reported on in 2021, suggest that children of parents who were exposed to the Chernobyl radiation carry no more DNA mutations than children born to any other parents. It seems that, for now, the jury is still out, and the discussion still wide open on this complex topic. It is still debated the extent to which congenital birth defects can be attributed to Chernobyl radiation, if at all. However, it is extremely interesting to note that physicians in the area ostensibly report a significant rise in the number of congenital conditions.
Well, you would think
since
after
that
receiving
dark
some
day
giant, never seen it, but it seems pretty nice. It's a really, really good
US
show.
researcher is said to have found a correlation between dramatically high rates of certain congenital birth defects and the presence of hazardous levels of strontium-90 in 48% of 20,000 women.
Strontium is bad. That's all I remember
This
from
included
chem.
microcephaly, which is when a baby's head is smaller than it should be, and infants with this condition often have smaller brains that might not have developed properly. At another children's house for those with severe disabilities,
If
is
people just
2-year-old
wanted to think
Nadia.
that these effects
She
like
reportedly suffers
were
from hydrocephaly, which is an
like
abnormal
weren't
buildup of
detrimental.
cerebrospinal fluid in the brain. She also is said to have difficulty absorbing nutrients and has brain damage that causes joints and muscle dysfunction.
In all the affected countries, medical care is basic. In Russia, there's now evidence that corrupt businessmen and government officials are stealing money promised to the victims and threatening the lives of people who try to expose them. Last month, this Russian doctor who treats Chernobyl victims was brutally beaten and left with a broken
Jesus
jaw.
fuck.
His crime? He had just testified in front of a parliamentary committee investigating Chernobyl frauds.
Seeing the impact.
Yeah, so things like that get explained a little bit further in the movie, or in the movie and the show.
But it was
Some of the
this
stories
research
weren't
that led me to
completely
wonder how
true,
the
but they
radiation
were
would affect the animals in the
primarily
area.
true.
After all, they never got to evacuate.
So yes.
Well, what I found was extremely surprising. Some for the better and some for the worse. Many of us have heard that Chernobyl's animals and wildlife have mutated since being exposed to high levels of radiation after the nuclear power plant exploded. These animals suffered radiation-induced mutations, such as facial disfigurements that made it impossible for them to eat, extra legs and feet, and abnormal coloring.
Their offspring will show the effects of radiation in the third generation. Examples: white eyes instead of red, atrophied wings, or no wings, unfit for life.
Many of the mutations were deadly, and the animals didn't survive long after being born. I know exactly what I imagine thinking about the mutated animals in Chernobyl, and
What
I'm
do you
sure
imagine,
you picture
sir?
the same thing. You've probably seen the infamous photo of the Chernobyl mutant piglet. The piglet barely even resembles a piglet, with more legs than you can count, though I counted at least 6, but one of them could have been a tail. I'm really not sure. The poor
This guy is like really getting into it this time around.
born and has been preserved in Ukraine's Chernobyl Museum.
It's kind of cool to look at, but it's
appears to
also really
have a
sad to
severe
know that that
congenital
was like
deformity
what the
called
result ended up
dipygus.
being.
Dipygus makes the body fork to the left and to the right at the torso, and often causes extra legs to grow. As you can see from
must be
this
painful.
angle, it looks like the poor creature also grew extra but deformed legs in the front of its body, as well as the many in the back. Another piglet, newly born in 1989, was born with almost as severe mutations. Looking at these mutated newborn pigs alongside photos of normal, healthy piglets is jarring and really shows how extreme these differences are. Take a look at this poor calf born with a badly deformed mouth and tongue. Not only does it look painful, but I can't imagine how this little guy would ever be able to function normally. This one is truly heartbreaking, as the debilitating deformities on this animal are so bad that it seems the poor thing never really had a chance. There's an interesting backstory behind this photo in particular. One source reports that in 1990, when the number of genetically malformed animals was rising noticeably, one man took photographs of the creatures, including this 8-legged foal, and sent them to Mikhail Gorbachev in a bid to spark support for the investigation into this problem. However, sources say he received no reply. Shown here are great tit birds collected near Chernobyl. On the left, a normal one, but the individual on the right is suffering from a facial tumor. These are just some examples of the crazy deformities of the mutant animals of Chernobyl, but what happened next to the mutants in the exclusion zone is somehow even crazier and almost unbelievable.
Because of the way the fallout fell immediately after the explosion, some areas are still really very radioactive. This is about 1,500 times normal background radiation. It's not harmful in small doses, but you wouldn't want to spend too long here at all.
Over 100 radioactive elements scattered to the areas surrounding
That's
the explosion
insane.
and released 400 times more radiation than when the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima. All the predictions for the future of Chernobyl were that everything there would die after being exposed to so much radioactivity, and that nothing would ever grow again.
And in the old town of Chernobyl, they want to knock down homes that will never be habitable again.
I mean, this place is going to be impossible to use
to return.
Or at least
for years to
nothing would grow
come.
for centuries. And this wasn't just a wild guess. The assumption was made based on how long it takes radioactive compounds to decompose. Scientists expected the radioactive elements to decay and eventually disappear from the area. But in Chernobyl, the decaying is taking far longer than expected. The radioactivity is mostly in the soil, where it's lasting longer than expected, though the level has lowered in the water. What this means is that the animals and plants still living near Chernobyl will also probably have high levels of radioactivity far longer than anyone ever expected. And
Yeah,
no
this is going to
humans
take
will
like
be moving back
many
for
years
thousands
past
of
our
years.
age, I think.
But as you'll see, something very strange is happening in Chernobyl, despite the area's high radioactivity. Things are growing in Chernobyl. Wildlife is not only living in the exclusion zone, but against all odds, they are thriving. Plants have taken back the city, growing over everything, and animals wander the streets that once belonged to humans. I'm not sure exactly what I was expecting. Maybe not animals with fur that glows, but possibly some extra limbs or eyes, and certainly
And
lots
isn't
of
like
tumors.
different
Maybe
hair
more
and stuff like
creatures
that
resemble
too.
that piglet, but that's not exactly the case. Not at all. Let's start at the beginning. The initial blast of radiation turned a large portion of the leaves of the trees surrounding the nuclear power plant a rusty red
Oh
color.
no.
Not quite like the red
I'm
leaves
so
of
sorry.
fall, but close.
I usually
The pine
warn
trees
before
were killed
ads. I didn't see
instantly
the
in
ads start
radioactive
playing.
blast. Later, most of these eerie red and radioactive trees were bulldozed before they were buried to avoid them growing mutated trees with their seeds.
Ooh.
As you'll see, this was a pretty pointless endeavor. The initial blast also killed a large population of the rodents and insects that were living in the ground of the pine trees as well.
Yeah, because there's like
All
no
of
fucking
this
nutrients for
followed
them
the
now
predictions of
either.
scientists. Following the nuclear disaster, there was a thorough evacuation of around 50,000 people in Pripyat. The people who were forced to leave couldn't take much with them, and they had to leave most of their
It's like
possessions
barren.
behind,
It's so
even their
creepy.
pets.
Life does
That's
find a way.
People left their cats
Even
and
if it's not the
dogs that
right
they
way, it
loved,
finds a way.
abandoning them for fear that they had been contaminated and would be radioactive when they left with them. They weren't even allowed to bring them if they wanted to take a radioactive risk, because no pets were actually allowed to leave the exclusion zone. When the evacuees left the area, they were convinced they would eventually
The whole group
be
that helps out
reunited
these
with their
dogs
pets.
too.
Unfortunately, they were wrong, and most of their pets were exterminated.
Oh.
As the buses began to leave, dogs howled and ran after their owners to no avail.
Oh, this makes me
Disturbingly,
sad.
After people left, many Soviet Union conscripts were sent in order to shoot any of the stray animals they came across in the
Oh my
exclusion
god.
zone. But they didn't manage to kill all of the pets, and we'll get to that in a minute.
Maria Shovkuta has as much respect for radiation as she does for the authorities.
I think more respect for radiation,
She tells
really.
us how she sent them packing more than once. Ordered to leave in 1986, she came back a year later to live in the house in which she was born. She's 87 tomorrow.
There's just some people. You are not going to convince that lady to leave. That woman's stronger than the radiation there.
И приезжали, брали такою булавою, ходили по городу, землю брали.
The levels they found weren't high, and this is the garden she's fed herself from every day. Her only real complaint is the lack of rain and the potato beetles eating their way through her spuds. Thank
Fuck
you
'em
very
up,
much.
Granny.
It was lovely to meet you. Maria waves us off, and we leave her to get back to one of the quietest lives in the world.
Girl, it ain't quiet there.
The part that
This
didn't
lady
make sense to me
enjoys
was
the
that many of the
silence.
cows and sheep that people owned were evacuated alongside them, and yet still pets hadn't been allowed to leave with their owners. But for years after the blast, those same cows and sheep often grew sick, and
That
even
would
their
make sense.
offspring did the same.
Kiev's 100 miles from Chernobyl. No one here was evacuated after the nuclear disaster. Yet today's surveys show that cancer and blood diseases have risen. In some areas,
Probably because of the rundown
Equally,
water.
vast tracts of fertile countryside have been contaminated and used as a dumping ground for radioactive waste. There are persistent reports of livestock being infected, of animals born with extraordinary deformities, and of milk showing high levels of radiation.
And though it is unlikely many people entered the exclusion zone to check, I assume that the exact same thing happened to the animals that were left behind. Many of the farm animals who survived Chernobyl's initial blast had increased genetic abnormalities, and oddly, it was noticed that the amount of deformities in these animals increased again a few years after the accident. This may have been because more radiation was released from the sarcophagus that covered the nuclear core, but this is just a guess. These same animals struggled to reproduce because of the radiation they had been exposed
Yeah, I mean,
to.
reproduction could
When they
not have
did
been
give
much
birth,
easier.
About 400 of their offspring had such severe deformities from the radiation that tragically, very few of them lived more than a few hours after being born. The types of deformities
She's
were
like,
just
yeah.
like that mutant piglet photo. Facial disfigurements,
She did a little
extra
fucking
limbs,
jig and she said,
abnormal
fuck
coloring,
you people, I'm
and they were
staying here as
often much
long as I can.
Even if the offspring survived,
You know what? She's
cows
happy.
produced
She's feeding
radioactive
herself.
milk, which
She's got
shortened
no
their
other
calves'
bills to pay. The city's still running
And
water
the
because
deformed farm
they do
animals
still
that
have
were
people
born
on
after the
site, and
blast
they're still running
very
electricity
rarely
at no
managed to
cost to
reproduce,
her.
essentially ending the line of those radioactive animals after just 1 or 2 generations. What was causing these noticeable mutations? The energy from the radiation damaged or even broke some of the DNA molecules of the animals. If the damage was bad enough, the animal died soon after. But if it didn't kill them, it often created a mutation or cancer when the damage couldn't be repaired. And this is exactly what happened to the farm animals outside of Chernobyl. But what about all the animals inside the exclusion zone? Something else entirely. There's no doubt that the radiation affected the health of many of the animals living in Chernobyl right after the blast. But instead of slowly dying off after a few generations that were exposed to radioactivity, there are hundreds of animals living and surviving in the highly radioactive area. How is this possible? It goes against all of the predictions for Chernobyl. The radioactivity should have produced mutations that affected the reproductive ability of the animals and made it almost impossible for them to survive. But that isn't what's happening. For the animals alive in Chernobyl today, their mutations aren't as visible as I expected, given that they live with so much radiation.
Some previous studies claim to have found serious impacts of radioactivity, but so far this team's work has found little effect outside the most contaminated areas.
The studies are quite confused as to whether or not that's the case. So actually our study here in Chernobyl, it's about trying to understand more about the way in which the animals in Chernobyl are faring. If that's showing no real significant change at a population level, then perhaps we then need to start rethinking our assessment of exactly what level could be described as safe.
Let's take a look at the dogs that were left behind by the people who fled Chernobyl. Despite the fact that they are living in an area that's so unsafe for humans, the now stray dogs have actually become some of the largest population in Chernobyl, and you might be surprised to hear that they are actually thriving.
That would make
sort of.
Boy.
We don't know the exact numbers of just how
What do
many
you think they're
dogs
eating
there
out
are
there?
in the exclusion zone, but it's been estimated that there are over 1,000 dogs living there.
1,000 babies.
What's even weirder to consider is that it's believed that about 250 dogs are actually living at the power plant itself, as close to the radioactive hotspot as they can get. Another 225 are living within the city of Chernobyl, just as close. And somehow, they are all still alive. What I wanted to know was how the radioactivity affected the dogs. Well, most of the dogs living in Chernobyl don't live past 4 years. Some maybe get to 6, meaning that almost
So they have a
all
limited
of the ones running around
lifetime,
the city
or maybe they have
quite young.
cancer.
In fact, tons of them are still just puppies.
Babies.
However, over 30 years after the explosion, radiation
They're
isn't
just
the
feral,
only issue
too.
facing the dogs. Now, the cold and lack of food is said to cause more of a threat to their lives.
Stop, this one looks
Don't
like
get
mine.
me wrong, though. Sources say many of them are highly radioactive, but this is mostly because, like the other animals around
His
them,
paws
they
are
are
still
eating
pink.
radioactive food. The dogs specifically have increased levels of radiation in their fur. But despite this, the dogs can actually be adopted.
Wait, what?
The strays are caught and then cleaned of radioactive dust. In fact, many of the Chernobyl puppies
Let's
have
go.
surprisingly been
Happy
reported
ending.
to no longer be radioactive, even though they are living so close to such high levels of radioactivity. These puppies are the first animals to have ever been taken out of the Chernobyl exclusion zone.
I want one.
But dogs aren't the only animals
Look at
living in Chernobyl.
Emma.
Bears, wolves, foxes, lynx, bison, deer, moose, beavers, badgers, boars, and
Go
a
off,
creature
sis.
called raccoon dogs, which is a subspecies that isn't quite a dog or a raccoon, have all made Chernobyl their home. As
Good
well,
Tanuki.
tons of fish and birds have filled the skies and streams.
I mean, the
standing now
land
above
there
the
is starting
cooling
to
pond,
recover.
the
We
old
can't be
reactors.
in denial
Take a
about
look
that
at these
either.
fish.
It's just not
These
a
Wells
healthy
catfish have grown up
recovery.
to 8 feet long. They've been described as
Whoa.
radioactive mutants. And it's true, studies have shown damage to their DNA from radioactive
But
mud
in a
in
way
which
where they
feed.
grew bigger than they should
But
have.
by every other measure, they are healthy.
I'll adopt a
and
Chernobyl
numerous.
moose if you guys
The
are
truth
willing to
is,
sponsor
they're
it.
this big because they like bread from visitors, and no one is allowed to catch them.
But each animal seems to be reacting differently to the prolonged exposure to radioactive material, which in itself is really interesting. So, what are the mutations? Well, the animals don't exactly look like what we expect mutants to look like.
Yeah, we don't.
They almost look normal.
They're
even if
normal.
They aren't quite. The main reason for this is because most of the serious mutations, the ones you can see, happened right after the explosion.
Yeah, because those are almost like burns.
With the highest levels of radioactivity and mutations died soon after that.
We're not going to see any of those animals anymore.
The animals in Chernobyl are
Want a
normal,
raccoon
though.
dog?
They might look like
I don't think you're going to have a lot of fun with a raccoon dog. Wait, I have videos about raccoons that I'm going to show you guys when I'm done.
According to a 2001 study, the Chernobyl disaster caused an increase in mutation rates in both plants and animals, in many cases by a factor of 20.
Well, they're all dead, apparently. There's no more super
livestock
mutants.
is back in the zone. Here, radiation is low, and now the elderly peasants are tolerated by the authorities. Some dodged the evacuation and never left Chernobyl.
So what did they do?
The militia tried to catch me, but I hid in the forest. I lived off 2 sacks of mushrooms I'd picked.
Voles have a much higher chance of developing cataracts. Fish in the contaminated water are said to be much bigger than anywhere else.
Yeah, I believe that. This is like the fucking Simpsons episode.
The species that live outside, possibly as a defense against the radiation. Wild birds
or radiation burn
have a higher frequency of albinism and developing tumors.
Lack of melanin in their feathers.
All animals in Chernobyl. Studies from the 90s and early 2000s show that birds living in the exclusion zone often also had deformed beaks, bent tail feathers, deformed air sacs, smaller brains, malformed sperm, and cataracts.
Well, I mean, they are the smallest species.
Something else that's really
at least that we can
about the birds in the exclusion zone is that since the disaster, many of the rare species have reportedly been affected by the radiation at a much higher rate than the more common species. In some cases, sources say entire populations of some of the rarer birds have drastically declined. Why? Well, right now, no one is really sure yet.
I mean, maybe because some of them are like actually like living in the trees.
There's a lot of research lacking to actually make conclusions about
why aren't we doing more research on radioactive effects on animals and people?
One guess is pretty interesting,
so that we could avoid doing this in the future.
There were less birds with brightly colored feathers in Chernobyl than was expected. And the assumption was that they had been more affected by the radiation than the birds with the duller feathers, who seem to have the same.
Close on getting a raccoon as a pet. This video is going to change your mind. Well,
contamination zone.
The reason owning a raccoon is irresponsible.
Antioxidant supply. Birds with high antioxidants tend to have brighter colors, but those antioxidants are used in their coloring and therefore can't fight off the free radicals of radiation.
It's just way too dangerous for people or animals to be here, but somehow they've thrived. And it's kind of scary.
Their antioxidant levels respond to the radiation. On the occasions that some of the animals were tested for radioactivity, the levels that they live with are shocking. Wild boars have especially
Then again, we have to remember that we use radioactive juices and stuff for like current medical treatments too,
tubers and roots.
But not to the level that they would have been exposed
was
to.
Why humans can suffer from acute radiation poisoning, and yet none of the animals seem to be.
Well, animals also tend to evolve, and after this many years, it's been a couple years
not
now.
Just acute. So it makes sense
it would probably evolve a little bit at least.
Than humans, right?
And at this point, they're born with the issues, not given the issues.
That of 200,000 people who were exposed to the Chernobyl radiation, over 2,000 would die from an illness related to the radiation, like thyroid cancer. Yet, overall, the animals are actually recovering remarkably well from the radiation. Far better than I had ever expected to find.
This looks like a healthier ecosystem than areas outside the zone in Ukraine.
Absolutely much more healthy.
It strives because there's no people to ruin it.
Absence of their activity.
It doesn't thrive because there's radiation.
Moose and wild boar are actually living in higher populations than
we
outside.
adapt and evolve as well, but they, I feel, adapt and evolve much faster.
But the radiation
or not much faster, at least, or in a better way.
Or affecting their ability to reproduce. Many studies conclude that there is no evidence that animals are dying in any noticeable number because of radiation, even though the areas observed featured high contamination. One thing I found really strange is that the radiation dramatically affected a group that I didn't even think about: bugs.
Whoa, oh
guess
shit, you know what? I didn't think about that
exposed to
either.
radioactivity after
We
the
adapt through
explosion,
technology with
that they
hinders
would
and
all die,
exactly, because we are
came
pushing
true
ourselves
for the
back.
insects in the area.
What
There's
about
a
these fucking
strange
insects?
phenomenon that some creatures survived fairly well near high radiation, while others didn't at all. Wherever there is higher radioactivity in Chernobyl, there's way less insects and spiders.
Maybe they avoid it.
It seems as though insects' lifespans are much shorter because of the radiation. There are far less bees, butterflies, spiders, grasshoppers, and dragonflies in Chernobyl. One bug that has been studied is the Chernobyl firebug, which actually looks
this guy looks
mutated
cool
compared to non-radioactive firebugs.
Yeah, what the fuck?
But
This looks
again,
like somebody
the
fucking
mutation
painted it.
isn't what we expect.
What is it?
Far more subtle.
Oh my
the
god.
Firebugs were collected from the most
Wait, are they
contaminated
attached to each
parts of the
other?
red forest and have deformed patterns on their backs, such as missing
Okay.
eye spots. There
Or
hasn't
blown
been a
out
ton of
spots.
studies on how the radiation has changed the animal's DNA.
Okay, so the bugs are
but one bug
affected,
that has
but
been
not
studied
like
is the
regular
fruit
animals?
fly. The fruit flies in Chernobyl show evidence of genetic damage from the radioactivity. These flies showed a much higher rate of mutation and deformities. Nothing crazy like more legs or eyes, though sometimes on an individual basis they did. But they just didn't look quite the same as flies living outside of Chernobyl. This discovery
What does
is
that
technically
mean?
a direct contradiction of other studies and implies that the radiation is greatly affecting some of the wildlife. But why are bugs dying and not wolves, boars, or mice? Why isn't the radiation causing the same effect on all the wildlife? The best answer we have right now is that plants and animals may be way more resistant to radiation than was ever previously believed, and that they just might be able to tolerate more radioactivity than humans.
They are also consuming
much
radioactive
of the
foods,
wildlife
and
living
again,
in the
they're born
exclusion
with
zone
it.
is actually adapting in ways that allows them to not only survive, but thrive.
Okay, but what I don't get is that how are the bugs not affected? Also, hold on, Rack. Here we go. See, I think that was kind of crazy. Chernobyl, again, really good show. 10 out of 10 recommend. Skip this. I want to see him eat it.
Sun chip. On the left side, we have original, and on the right, we have my personal favorite, cheddar.
I just wanna. I
Here we have our
came across this
contestant,
video
Piper,
when
to
I
give us
was
her opinion on her favorite
like
chip.
watching shit the other
With a
day, and I was
shocking
really
first pick, she has
confused.
chosen the original. After such a hasty choice, one must wonder, is she actually choosing her preference, or is she trying to hurry up and steal anything she can before being removed from this smorgasbord? It seems that her recent escapades
Let's
has brought her
go.
face to face with the
Get
other
it.
flavor. Now that both chips have been sampled, which is she going to return to? It appears she's going for the original Sun Chip flavor. I did not expect this turn of events. Here we have an instant replay on our
I
other
can see
camera.
why though. I do like Harvest Cheddar
Oh,
more.
there she goes, running off to enjoy her new bounty.
Later. Yes! Look at her use her
It
hands.
appears that the original flavor is the
For him, I don't
definitive-
remember.
Wait a minute. Hold the phone. It looks like she has returned to the cheddar chips for a second taste
Oh, to her.
test.
Yeah.
And so far, she seems to be enjoying it. Let's set this experiment up once again and see what she decides to go with.
Salsa. I don't think they tried salsa. Maybe.
Expect.
No, they didn't.
Now it's time to let her decide.
Hey, hold on. We're gonna go through to
It
my
appears our
favorites.
contestant
Do
has
they have
had too
Cheetos?
many chips from our last round. She can hardly get up on the counter.
No. Oh wait, yeah. Where are the Cheetos?
We are going to send in our assistant to aid in helping her up.
Doritos. Doritos. Why does everything end in Edo? Okay,
After a slight setback, round 2 is finally commenced. Right off the bat, we
Look
see
at
our
how he picks it
contestant
up.
Piper
It's so
head
weird.
to the Lay's original barbecue. With such a strong flavor profile, she
Anyways,
probably
back
could
to
smell
crime.
them the whole time she was trying.
He's so happy.
There are persistent reports of livestock being infected, of animals born.
Liu Su says she cried all day when she got it done.
All right, let's see. Most dangerous town in the Wild West. A murder per day killed an entire 53 million ghost towns. The $53 million ghost town of the 1800s. These are all sound kind of good. Let's go through the most popular ones. Wild West serial killer sounds like a crime
A
time.
gunslinger, a cannibal.
You don't have that
and
brand?
a
That brand of
Wild
what?
West
What brand?
serial
Sun
killer
Chips?
whose
You don't have
exploits
Sun
earned
Chips?
him the name, the Kentucky Cannibal. Today we're taking a look at the
Foot binding
vicious and
was
depraved
fucked up.
life of a Wild West
Foot binding,
outlaw
I think, was one of
and
the first
murder
things that
and
I learned
mayhem
as a
he
kid,
brought
and I
with
was like,
him
this is
everywhere he
crazy.
went. This is the gruesome tale of Boone Helm.
Boone Helm.
Born Levi Boone Helm in
Levi.
1828 in Lincoln County,
His
Kentucky,
actual
to
photo
a
of him?
respectable, honest, and
What?
hard-working family. Nothing about Helm's early upbringing would give
Oh,
any
Sun Chips
indication
are so
to the
gas if you ever
ruthless
show
and
up into the
bloodthirsty
States or
man
any
he would
North
turn out to
American
be.
part.
His
Sun
family,
Chip
12
Harvest Cheddar are
siblings
my
included,
favorites.
eventually moved to the
It
Jackson
tastes like a
Township in Monroe
sweeter
County,
and better
Missouri,
version
where he
of the
was
Ruffles
raised on
chips.
the borderland between civilization
I
and what
love
was seen as the
Harvest Cheddar.
savage frontier. It was here that at a
I
young
don't like
age
any of the other
he
ones.
started to make a
And
name
so
for
Ms.
himself
Vicky's
as a nuisance
salt
to
and
the
vinegar
community.
chips too.
As a teenager, Helm amused himself by challenging men in the area to fights, where he would show off his great strength, which he had even at
Beatable.
a young age.
Sorry, I didn't mean
He
for that to be
also
so
would
loud.
prove his impressive agility by taking his Bowie knife and throwing it into the ground before he would ride his horse at a full gallop and scoop it up from the ground, all while managing to stay on his horse. One story says that while Helm was on horseback, the sheriff arrived to arrest him for his shenanigans and fighting, and in his anger at the sheriff's audacity, Helm rode away from him into the courthouse. Once there, even though the circuit court was in session, Helm walked his horse right up the stairs and into the
Druggists.
courtroom, where he lectured the judge for sending the sheriff after him.
Don't recognize
Some
any
people
of
think that
those.
Helm may have been drunk at the time,
Any of the chips.
but honestly, he was always
Man,
misbehaving
they're
like
shit out of
this.
luck. Miss
Even as a
Vicky's are
teen,
much better
and
than
alcohol may
the
not have
Lay's
actually been a
salt and
factor.
vinegar.
That, or he was usually
I also
drinking,
like the whole
and this
shebang,
was
but those
all
are like
normal behavior for
only
him.
Canada specific.
In 1851, a 20-year-old Helm got married to Lucinda Frances
How do
Browning,
we have this
who
picture
was
of this
17
man?
at the time. Together, the two had a daughter they named Lucy. As an adult, Helm was making it clear he wasn't a good guy and was known to always be heavily drinking.
All right,
Part of his drinking
alcoholism
was beating
check.
his wife and riding his horse into the house just as he
Wife
had
beater
done with the
check.
courthouse.
Next, what else is
Lucinda
left on the serial
eventually
killer
decided she had enough of his
list?
anger, stealing, and the fact that he'd spent almost all their money on liquor.
Holy fuck.
Lucinda petitioned to divorce Helm, and
Wait,
some
wasn't
sources
divorce
add the
like
disturbing
illegal and not
detail
real?
that she may have been severely hurt by Helm first. His father came to his rescue, though, and helped
The
him
fuck
pay
do
for
you
the
fucking
cost of his
Australians
divorce from
have for
Lucinda,
chips, then?
which ultimately made his family go bankrupt. Along with taking all his family's money, Helm also ruined their reputation with his antics and divorce. In a move that seems like he was trying to run away from his problems and shame, Helm decided this was a good time to move to California in 1850 in order to look for gold, as the great gold craze had just started. Once he realized that going to California seemed like a good idea, Helm asked his cousin, Littlebury Shute, to join him, who agreed to the adventure.
What are these names?
At some point, Shute changed his mind, though, and told Helm he wasn't going to come and wanted to remain in Missouri. Hearing this, Helm's angry and violent reputation got the better of him. In a rage, he stabbed Shute in the chest, possibly
Jesus.
with his Bowie knife, which killed him immediately. Without a companion to join him, Helm still went west. Much of his community was more than happy to see him leave.
They said, "Fuck off,
But
man.
Helm's
We don't want
problems wouldn't
you."
remain behind him.
It's been so
Hearing
easy to
about
get
his
away with murder in the
Shute's
1800s.
brother and friends pursued Helm and even managed to capture him. As soon as he was taken in by the men and put in jail, Helm began acting so strange and crazed that they thought there was something seriously wrong with him. The court found him guilty of Schutz's murder, but because of his behavior, they started to have doubts about his sanity, and for the safety of the other prisoners,
don't have to be
they
sane
sent
to
him
commit
to
a
an
murder.
asylum for the
I'm just
mentally
saying.
insane. Before sending him away to the asylum, those in the court described Helm by saying, his manner was not only unbecoming, but unbalanced. Was Helm actually insane?
I like
Maybe.
the correction of his
Some of what
thing.
he's believed to have done later in his life makes it seem like he may have disregarded
Okay, well,
human life
Doritos
in a
is the
way
only
that
one I
was
recognize there.
especially shocking. Even
I'm
in
not
the
a big fan of
world the Wild
Doritos, but I do
West.
like the cheese off the red
We can't
ones.
know if this disregard for other people was the result of any kind of mental illness. But what is known is that as soon as he arrived, Helm appears to have
And by
faked
the
a
way,
total breakdown
I think my
and became
closed caption said
taciturn, choosing
lick,
to speak very little or at all.
like with my tongue.
When he did speak, he convinced the guard tasked with watching him
Like
to
I
take him
lick
out for
off
walks around
the
the woods
cheese and then I
surrounding the
throw out the
asylum.
tortilla chip.
The walks with the guards started to become part of Helm's daily routine. As the guards grew to trust Helm, he took advantage and escaped one day during their walk together, even with 3 armed men trying to keep him there. Finally, Helm was able to head west, though much later than he ever planned. Almost as soon as he arrived, Helm once again proved himself to be an all-round bad guy by regularly getting into altercations with other men, often dueling, fighting, and murdering them. The details
Do you think
of
he was
these
just
duels
like
and deaths
just
aren't
bored
known
the
for
whole
sure,
time?
and it's not even known exactly how many men Helm killed.
Like what else is there to
but
do
it's
that's
believed to be
exciting
at
in the
least
1800s
several
that
during this
isn't
part of his
murder?
life. At first, Helm's kills and gunfights didn't catch too much attention because
Play
it
with
was
a
all
block of
pretty
dirt?
common for the Wild West. But Helm must have committed at least 1 or 2 pretty brutal murders because he ended up having to flee the gold miners to avoid being arrested for the killings or being attacked in vigilante justice. While on the run, Helm met up with 6 other men who he decided to team up with. It was the middle of winter, and they were in a rugged mountain region headed to Fort Hall, Idaho. For some reason, Helm decided he should be too honest with these men and admitted to them that he had gruesomely eaten parts of,
Dude.
or sometimes all of the men's bodies.
Okay, but
who
that's
he
like
killed.
on you for
He's
getting
been
caught.
quoted as saying to the
If
men,
you did.
"Many's the poor devil I've killed at one time or another, and the time has been that I've been obliged to feed on some of them." Hearing what a gruesome
Again, in the
companion Helm
1800s, what
was,
else are you gonna
I can't
do?
imagine welcoming him to join me on an adventure.
This
into
looks
the
like it was
woods.
AI generated.
It isn't totally clear when Helm claimed to have first eaten someone, except that by this point, he was proudly bragging about doing it more than once. Around this time, some sources say that Helm started to be known as the Kentucky Cannibal, and it was rumored that he preferred to only eat human flesh,
That's
which he
gross.
would cook up over a fire. This, of course, wasn't true, and he didn't only eat human flesh, but
Yeah,
even
because
still,
he would have to kill someone like every
sometimes eating
day.
people is far too often. Somehow, the men with Helm weren't completely horrified to learn that they were spending their time with a boastful cannibal.
They were like, ah,
regardless, while
fuck
the
it, he
group
works,
was on their
right?
way heading east to Fort Hall.
In the
before heading on to
1800s, what
Salt
you can
Lake
only
City,
take, ah, fuck
they
it,
were
he
attacked by
works.
a Native American tribe, which sent them running to hide in the woods. The problem was they weren't at all equipped to face the wilderness, and the men struggled to survive. They didn't have enough provisions with them when they were sent fleeing for their lives,
But you
and ended
murder
up
them
having
to eat
kill
them.
their horses to eat. They made good use of the horses' hides and turned them into snowshoes to help them with the journey. Even with the horses' meat, survival wasn't easy, and in the perils of winter, 4 of the men died, leaving only 2 struggling to stay alive.
But the question is,
Helm
did
and a
you
man
eat
named Burton.
him?
Some people think that Helm and Burton resorted to cannibalizing the other 4 men, as Helm had essentially promised
Yeah,
them that he
this
would if it came
the
down to
United
it.
States
But it
itself
isn't known
was
for
built
sure
on as long as the 2
remaining
person has
survivors
2
managed to make
functional
their way
limbs
to an
and 2
abandoned
functional
cabin.
legs.
But
Sorry,
once
4
there, Burton
functional
was feeling
limbs
the effects of the treacherous
and
winter
can do
and
anything.
unforgiving
It's all right with
wilderness.
me.
Sitting in the cabin, Burton was starving, weary, and snowblind, and realized he couldn't go on anymore. He opted to be left behind by Helm, just as they had left their 4 other companions. In his account of what happened next, Helm said that he left Burton and went on to an old stockade where he also
No
found it
fucking way.
abandoned and empty. Realizing there was nothing there for him, he decided to go back to the cabin where he left Burton. Somehow his timing on his return was just right, as while he was outside gathering firewood, he heard Burton use a pistol to take his own life. Or at least that's what Helm claims.
Yeah,
I can't help
okay.
but think there was a chance that Helm turned around
Exactly,
with
a
something far
mind that
more
is weak
sinister
and
in
a
mind,
back that is
given
strong.
what
That's
he
all
did
you need
upon
here.
finding Burton dead. Helm decided to stay
People
in the
in the
abandoned
States
cabin
just
with
need
Burton's
a
body.
warm body
Without any other
sometimes.
food,
Or-
Helm ate one of Burton's
Or
legs,
an entry-level
and remembering that
position
he
with
previously
a
claimed to have
bachelor's
eaten the
degree
people
from
he
the
killed
last
when he wasn't actually
year or
starving
so
in the wilderness.
and
I don't
16
imagine
years of
he found it too
experience.
difficult. Helm also cut off and wrapped up Burton's other leg to carry with him to keep eating while he completed
Dude, this
his
guy
journey
took
to
this
safety.
along with him like a fucking
As he was
turkey
the only one of
leg.
his companions to survive the winter, I can't help but find it a bit suspicious that it was the killer and professed cannibal who was the only one to walk out of the woods alive.
Yeah,
Who
like
knows what he
imagine
may
like
have done in
being
order to
open
survive.
about that and then being like, oh my god,
Eventually,
yeah,
Helm
me
was
and my
found
partners
living
got
among
stuck
a
in the
Native
winter
American
and none of
tribe
them made
by
it,
a
just
man
me.
named John Wesley Powell, who was an
What did you
explorer
admit to
that would
them?
go on
Oh,
to
I
be
was
the
a
second
cannibal, but like
director of the
you know that
US
was just in the
Geological
past and
Survey.
only out of
Powell
necessity.
later wrote about his encounter with Helm and gave us a vivid description of Helm, saying, I saw a tall, cadaverous, sunken-eyed man standing over me, dressed in a dirty, dilapidated coat and shirt and drawers, and moccasins so worn that they could scarcely be tied to his feet. Thinking that Helm was in need of aid, Powell offered to take him to Salt Lake City, Utah, where he was already headed. Helm agreed, but even though Powell was offering him help out of the goodness of his heart, Helm never bothered to thank Powell for feeding, clothing, or transporting him. He also didn't offer to pay
I mean,
Powell for
wouldn't
his
that
rescue,
technically be
despite the
considered
fact
like
that
a
he had
psychopath
over
or something?
$1,400 in coins on him at the time. No small amount of money in the mid-1800s, which gives you at least a bit of a clue what kind of guy Helm was.
Okay, so just a clue, like this guy's like actually insane. Like he's completely way too comfortable, even for the 1800s, way too comfortable cutting up people like it was no fucking tomorrow. And carrying around like a turkey leg just like only shows you how much more unhinged he was. And then on top of that, he's not even like saying thank you for feeding me after I've lost all of the team members in my crew. A man doing what he can, unless it's 4 different people, they all are somehow like dead, and the one guy that did manage to survive with them got shot in the head. But we ate his leg. Like doing what you can and then also like not like making the attempt to like get fed some other way, because I know in the winter there's like deer and shit too, so like maybe not in their area. I don't know, this is kind of weird.
At least probably by Powell's standards. At some point during their travels together, Helm told Powell about Burton's grisly fate, which the explorer later recorded, saying that Helm had claimed to have cut off, well up in the thigh, Burton's remaining leg, having already eaten the other. He rolled the limb up in an old red flannel shirt, tied it across
Not in
his
the
shoulder.
flannel.
It isn't known exactly how Powell felt hearing this story about the last person to travel with Helm, but I imagine he slept with
That is
one eye
very
open
true.
after that. Once in
He
Salt Lake
didn't
City,
offer him his
Helm
whole
ditched
leg to
Powell
eat,
got
and you
up to his
know
old
he was
tricks.
enjoying that
He
human
spent the
food.
enormous sum of money he'd been carrying with him, and some sources say that he even started to work as a Danite for the Mormons. A Danite is a member
I
of
mean,
a
there was
secret
no leg to
association
stand
of
on.
Mormons who used violent means to destroy their enemies. Helm was hired to kill some of the men they wanted out of their city. But Helm must have upset a lot of people while he was there, because he was shortly once again wanted by the law and no longer welcome as a Danite.
I don't know, creep like this,
sending
it
him fleeing
continues
from
like
capture again to California, the place he seemed to think was where
getting in
someone
trouble.
should go
Like it's
if
just
they
be so
worn out
good.
their welcome elsewhere. While once again in California, Helm made friends with a rancher who graciously offered to take him in while he was hiding
they
from
always
the
get into
law.
these fucking
The
animal
poor
jobs.
rancher clearly had no idea the kind of man he was welcoming into his home, because Helm eventually killed him too, robbing him and went back on the run. It isn't clear exactly why Helm killed the man who
robbed him,
offered
and
him aid,
ran.
but it was clear that he couldn't stay in California any longer. Helm made his way to Oregon, where he started to rob people in order to survive. Frequently, these robberies ended in Helm killing his victims, racking up an even longer list of people he'd murdered. But again, it isn't actually known just how many people Helm killed. In 1862, Helm got into an altercation at a saloon in Florence with a man named Dutch Fred. Fred was known as a fighter, but he hadn't offended Helm or even challenged him to a fight when they got into their altercation. This is probably because Fred was unarmed when Helm approached him. Helm had been drinking heavily, and as Fred stood looking at him directly in the face, he shot him. Technically, Helm's first shot missed Fred, but he took a second shot and killed him in cold blood right in front of everyone at the saloon. A few sources believe that Helm could have maybe shot Fred after being hired by someone else who wanted him dead, because there's no other reason Helm would want to kill him. When Fred died, Helm again had to go on the run, because even this cold-blooded murder was too much for the likes of Florence.
But he also did it
even
in
with
front
the
of
crowds
like
of miners there
15 people
and the fights that often broke out.
or more.
This time, however,
Of course he has to run.
He joined up with another fugitive, and they fled together, heading up towards the Fraser River in British Columbia.
Okay, so
A
straight
story
towards
during
Washington.
this trip tells us that
What?
Helm and
This
his
guy has
shady
traveled
friend
more
decided
states
to try
in
to make
such a
some money
small
the
amount of
good
time.
old-fashioned way, by robbing someone. And while in Antler Creek, they targeted a man named Sokolowski and his two French-Canadian associates. The men were said to be carrying $32,000 in coarse gold, which made them a perfect target for the desperate outlaws. Lying in wait for the three men to pass by on the road, Helm and his partner in crime shot at Sokolowski and the others as soon as they saw them.
They eat him?
The men returned fire, emptying their pistols, but sadly they were taken off guard and all three were killed.
Wait.
Helm and his partner took the men's gold, burying most of it so they could come back and take it when they weren't on the run from the law, and left the three bodies lying by
This
the
is
road,
so dumb to do because we
all
didn't have
with
maps
bullets in
back
their
then. Like,
heads.
why would you like
Because they did almost
like
nothing
buried
to
in the
hide
middle
their
of
horrendous
nowhere?
crime. The bodies were quickly found, and a posse gathered to hunt down those responsible. Helm was once again on the run. Interestingly, following these three murders, the area on the banks of the Caribou River near Quesnel Forks and Likely was given an eerie nickname that it's still remembered by today: Murder Gulch, all thanks to Boone Helm.
Murder Gooch.
It's not clear exactly what happened or why, but it's believed that at some point Helm killed and ate the man who was on the run with him as well. When he was later asked about his accomplice, Helm is believed to have said, "Why do you suppose that I'm full enough to starve to death when I can help it? I ate him up, of course."
He said,
whose
fuck
name
it,
we
man.
still
I
aren't
had
sure
him
about
too with a
was
little
never
side of barbecue
found.
sauce.
And
like
the
the
gold
last
that
guy.
Helm is believed to have buried has still never been found to this day. Soon after this, though, he was captured by the British Columbian authorities while hiding out in Victoria. The local newspaper, The Colonist,
Guy ended up in
wrote
basically
that
Canada.
Boone Helm, represented as a bad character, was taken into custody upon a charge of drinking at saloons without settling his score. Brought before the police magistrate, Helm was ordered to pay a $90 bond, which, because he'd buried the gold he stole and hadn't had the chance to go back for it, he was unable to actually pay. Instead, it's believed by some that he spent a month essentially doing community service by building and repairing the city's streets in Victoria.
Damn, bro.
As soon as he was released, Helm was on the run again, as he always seemed to be, before he
said,
was once
"Fuck it,
again
man."
arrested in Fort Yale in the Fraser Canyon.
I still don't understand how
trying to
the
go back for
1800s
his
with no
buried
phones or anything,
It
just
seems
snail
that people
mail,
were
you can still get
fascinated by
caught.
Helm's exploits, at least in the areas where he visited, as newspapers would
I
update the
think his
public on
more
his
is more for the
arrests whenever
attraction
they
of
had the chance.
not being caught.
The Yale newspaper wrote that Helm was brought into the city last night strongly ironed. Helm's conduct on the road is conclusive evidence that he was aware he was being pursued.
Okay,
When
so
overtaken,
he
he was so exhausted
yeah,
by
that would be
fatigue and hunger
obvious.
that it would have been impossible for him to have continued many hours longer. He was sent back to Florence after being held in Portland for a while until he could finally be tried for the death of Dutch Fred. Instead of actually facing justice, though, Helm's family once again came to his rescue. Helm turned to one of his many siblings, a brother named Old Tex, to help him get out of trouble. Old Tex did more than that. He tracked down all the witnesses set to testify against Helm and paid them each an enormous sum to refuse to speak against him. Without any willing witnesses, Helm couldn't be convicted.
Getting out of it with money.
Or because the
Getting
people
what
of
he wants
Florence
with
had already
money.
lost interest in his crime, as there were far more recent ones that had their attention. Either way, this time he went with his brother to Texas, where he refused to stay out of trouble and is known to have killed even more people,
of course,
possibly also cannibalizing them.
Ooh.
In another version entirely,
Cannibalizing in the 1800s must have fucking sucked because you don't have Old Bear
Port Townsend
barbecue to put on
way
it.
out by going under a wall.
It was mid.
From here, he made his way alone to Bannock,
Bet you
Montana.
thought it was mid.
Regardless of how exactly he got away with killing Fred, Helm was once again free. For several years, Helm continued on, bringing mayhem with him and committing even more murders across the states he'd already been. Eventually, Helm decided to join up with the outlaw Henry Plummer, who was sheriff of Bannock and a thief and murderer on the side, and his gang. This turned out to be disastrous.
He was.
Though they
I will
spent
agree
time
he was
robbing
hungry.
people together, it wouldn't last. Helm, along with other members of the Plummer gang, were all captured and arrested in secret. The men's trial was also conducted in secret, and Helm spent most of it throwing the blame for his crimes on the other men.
No, it was the other
Apparently,
guy.
after
He
kissing
said
a
that
Bible,
he bet
he
me
accused his
$10
good
that
friend,
I couldn't eat
Three-Fingered
him,
Jack
so I
Gallagher,
ate him.
of being the one to commit all of his own crimes. He even called him all the names in the calendar, telling him he ought to die. Some friend Helm turned out
What
to
did
be.
he say?
Eventually, Helm admitted to
I
2
missed it.
murders. One in
Sorry, I was looking at
friend
chat.
Helm turned names in the calendar, telling him he ought to die.
Oh,
Some
okay.
friend Helm turned out to be. Eventually, Helm admitted to 2 murders, one in Missouri and another in California.
Only 2?
But that was it. Despite his adamant attempts to blame
If
everyone
you did it
for
more
the
than
horror
once,
he
you
had
did it
inflicted
feeling
on
you did
the
it more than
West for
twice.
around 36 years.
At least in this day and age.
No one seemed to believe Helm was innocent, probably because he'd made a notorious name for himself.
Okay, but he also went around
In the
fucking telling
1860s,
people
there
that
was
he
a
did
rise
this,
in vigilante
right? Like,
justice in Montana, and Helm, Gallagher, and other gang members were all taken by
Not
the
that he-
Montana vigilantes
that
in
a name was
January
created for him, he gave
1864
himself
to
a
Virginia
name.
City to hang. There are reports that close to 6,000 people came to watch the executions of the outlaws, but this number isn't known for sure. As the men stood waiting for death, Helm is believed to have casually remarked, "I've looked at death in all forms, and I'm not afraid to die." He also told the nervous men at his side to stop making such a fuss. At least Helm was consistent until the end. Gallagher was hanged before Helm, and apparently seeing his friend hanging and struggling, he made
Did
the
it scare
cold
him?
comment, "Kick away, old fellow. My turn next. I'll be in hell with you in a minute."
That's
But
crazy.
this wasn't the last thing Helm said.
Keep going, keep
Apparently,
going. You're
when the
almost there.
executioner turned to Helm to take away his hangman's box, Helm exclaimed, "Every man for his principles. Hurrah for Jeff Davis. Let her rip."
Who the
And jumped
fuck
right
is Jeff
off the
Davis?
box before
Maybe I
someone
don't
else
know.
could kick it away from him, and before his crimes were
He
even
kicked
read
his
out
own
to the
box. He
gathered
said,
crowd.
"Fuck you, people. I get to
The Jeff
control
Davis
this
he
one."
shouted about had served as the president of the Confederate States from 1861 to 1865.
Oh.
So he was still serving when Helm died. An oddly political last statement for a man known to be on the run from the law
Yeah,
most
what
of
the
his life.
fuck?
After
Mention
his
the president
execution,
and
the
death.
Victoria colonists celebrated by writing, "Hung at last, the notorious Boone Helm, who so long succeeded in escaping the ends of justice, has been lynched, with 12 others at Bannock Mines."
Amen.
Today, Boone Helm's body is buried in the Boot Hill Cemetery in Virginia City. It's
Whoa,
believed he
the city
killed
looks
more than
cool.
11 people, with some historians putting this number as high as several dozen murders in the early 1860s alone. Never mind throughout his entire life.
Yeah,
but with
'cause-
so many myths surrounding him and very little
Wait,
information about the
finish.
details of his life, we'll likely never know for sure just how many lives Boone Helm took.
Damn. Okay. Honestly, man. That That was wild. Hold on. Anyways. All right. So it is currently now 2 o'clock in the morning here in my lovely little abode. Wild Wild West. Maybe we can get to watching some this next week on Wednesday. We'll do some more crime night. He did really care about current political issues. He said, "Don't mind my death." But the state, the economical and political state of the world is at stake here. Hold on, I think the music's a lot louder than I am. That was wild. That's crazy. Some of these people are fucking real. Isn't that crazy? Okay, well, let's see. What's the plan for this week? This week we will continue to play Elden Ring. We do also maybe want to look at possibly doing Stardew Valley at some point. Possibly Thursday, maybe Friday, maybe Wednesday. So we'll look at those last 3 days of the week and we'll be okay. I think that's most of the housekeeping. For those of you that weren't here earlier, my emails are pinned at the top. I just added some of these. We've got some custom ones. We've got some Peepos, Paypays, all of the above. Stardew, yeah. Remember, there's an update, I think, recently. I did tweet out that I was going to play the update, but I do think I may start over again because I think with the update, it also updated a lot of the core game stuff. So I'm excited to do that. Maybe we'll go to Tiali. She's doing a 36-hour stream today, 3 days for 12 hours. Or we can also raid Mari. Probably raid Mari. And she's funny. And you guys might like her if you're looking for more VTubers to enjoy. Get be all punny again. You know, I'm fine without it. Oh, thank you for the 200 bits, Nuke. Thank you. I'm excited to see what this brings. I should be here next Wednesday, and if complications don't arise. Wow, 200 bits. Sorry, I'm like reeling about that. What? Thank you so much. Yeah, we should be able to catch Stardew next week, and then definitely a little bit of Elden Ring before I get pissed and lose it. Maybe some more crime story time videos. If not, we'll probably do like Mr. Beast or something. I don't know, so I can have like dinner and then also talk to you guys a little bit. Essentially, I don't think I've got anything else to announce. I am finishing the Discord notification for my stream is working, which is good. The rest that's needed is just roles to be set up so that when you log in, you get a role and can choose one. So that's all I can think of. And if there's any things or any games or anything like that you guys want to see me play, you can always go ahead and leave those suggestions, either whispering them to me or something else. Additionally, I'm like thinking. I don't think there's anything else really to go over. Thank you for joining me today on stream. I know that it was kind of sporadic and I wasn't really, how do I put it? I really didn't play Elden Ring for as long as I expected, and we watched a lot of shows or a lot of those YouTube more than anything. So, see, I don't usually do that, but if you guys like that, then yeah, I'll be more than happy to do that. All right, so let me go ahead and put the raid in, and you guys are gonna say a very happy and lovely. Thank you, and hello to Mari. I think she's doing a collab, so I don't even know her personally, but I just love her streams, and I think you're gonna enjoy it too. She's currently playing Garfield something. This is gonna be crazy. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and set it up. I already set up the raid. Have a wonderful night. Thank you again, Nuke Judica. If I'm saying that wrong, please let me know. Thank you again for the bits. Thank you so much for the follow, and thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I will be back either this week, maybe earlier. Maybe I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know. But I'll be here in any case. Have a wonderful, beautiful, amazing night, evening, day, wherever you are. I know Sauerkraut is early morning for you. I will be here probably later at night. All right. Thank you guys so much. Bye. Hold on, let me. Goodbye.